Benefit of having a magical supercomputer, I can stream to all things at once. So, all right, we're just going to be running 2 streams now for a second, I guess. I can fix that. All right. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have a multitude of severe thunderstorms now capable of producing tornadoes. We've got a severe storm northeast of Sulphur Springs, capable of producing a tornado. We've got a severe storm northeast of Gun Barrel City, moving towards Myrtle Springs and Canton. We've got a storm capable of producing a tornado near Streetman, and I really hope we didn't just lose the Fort Worth radar. We may have. I thought that was this software doing that. It wasn't. It was the Fort Worth radar. So let's do this. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a... Come on, radar. Let's go. Why are we doing this today? Okay. Severe storm, 5 miles northeast of Sulphur Springs, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, DePort, Bogota, and even up to Clarksville, keep an eye on this. This eventually may also impact Detroit. Potential for a possible tornado with that storm. Storm number 2, northeast of Maybank, moving towards places like Myrtle Springs, Canton. Tundra, possible tornado, be in a safe place. Third storm, near Eureka, moving towards Kearns, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Tool. This is going to be a day where we may have multiple storms move along the same track, resulting in multiple opportunities for a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Franklin and Red River County in Texas.
So it's going to be a tornado warning. This one is going to be for continuation of the storm near Sulphur Springs, moving up towards Clarksville, Bogota. So y'all go ahead and take a safe place, or shelter in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Looks like the Fort Worth radar is having some sort of a seizure over here. We'll just have to use this. So, couplet. Oh, this is 10 minutes ago. We're going to have to use the Shreveport radar. What is going on? Stand by a second. Their weather service may have lost a server. What is going on? Let me try different data sources, because the last data I have is 10 minutes old. I need to see if this is my server, or we just lost all radar data across Texas. We might have just lost all data across Texas, folks. We have a major data outage. No, we do. We just lost data across, at least on all the sources I'm using here, we don't have radar data. I'm checking multiple servers here. Okay, there we go. We have a new data source here. So again, here we go. Storm number 1, circulation now, a couple miles northeast of Eureka, moving up towards Trinidad, Kearns, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Payne Springs, Tool, west of Athens, Eustis, Gun Barrel City. Move to your safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That storm's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Storm 2, very dangerous circulation now coming up on Highway 243 west of the city of Canton. The potential for a tornado with this certainly there. Winds moving towards the radar at 40. Winds moving away from the radar, I'm going to guess about 30. 35, so we have almost 80 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear here. Note that's stronger than what we had yesterday at any point. So these storms moving northeast, those of you in Canton, those of you up in Myrtle Springs, we want you to be in a safe place immediately. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. And a helmet if you got it handy. All y'all in Northeast Texas, make sure you've got hard sole shoes and helmets ready to go in case you need to take shelter. That couplet even stronger now with this thunderstorm. The rotation, winds moving towards the radar 45, moving away at 30. The potential for a tornado approaching Highway 243. about, we're going to say about 5 miles west of Canton. So moving right towards Myrtle Springs and Interstate 20. Back northeast, a very, very strong circulation now. Northeast of Sulphur Springs, moving towards Sulphur Bluff. This is a very strong, tight circulation, very concerning with this supercell up here moving towards DePort, Bogota, Detroit, and Clarksville. This is not the kind of day we're thinking, let me rephrase it. This is the kind of day where we could have some stronger long track tornadoes. So we're taking it up a notch. We need folks to treat these with haste and seriously. You know, this isn't going to be one of these things where we have a tornado drop and it's gone after taking offense. This could be a day where we have tornadoes down for long periods of time, and they could be EF2+, meaning they can do a lot of damage and pose a serious threat to life and property. I'm not telling you that to scare you. I'm just giving you the God-honest truth here, folks. So that's why we want you to please take this seriously and help us if you can. We know a lot of folks probably aren't paying attention to the weather because, you know what, we've been doing this all week. But if you know folks out here in Northeast Texas, help us out and share our stream with them. Let them know, hey, Texas storm chasers, they're out and about. They're doing their best to keep us updated and safe with dangerous storms today through the evening. So again, we've got nasty, nasty severe weather. DePort, Bogota, Detroit, Clarksville. You need to be in a safe place, as this dangerous storm northeast of Sulphur Springs has a high potential of producing a tornado, and it's heading your way quickly. Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, DePort, Bogota, Johntown, Detroit, Bagwell, Clarksville, up to Albion on the Red River. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get your butt into shelter now. All right? Grab a helmet for everybody. I don't care if you're 5 or 50 or 500. Put a helmet on. Hard sole shoes. Hard sole shoes in case you have to walk on debris. You don't want cut feet. Trust me, not fun too. Helmet is if there's debris flying around. A lot of serious injuries and fatalities from tornadoes happen because of head trauma. Helmet, even a bicycle helmet, a sporting helmet, that'll help you out greatly with the, well, saving your life part if you're hit. All right, back to Canton. We've got that severe storm circulation, not as spooky looking here west of Canton, but still certainly capable of putting a tornado down. Oh, and tennis ball size hail. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, 7 miles west of Canton. This is going to be near Canton, west sides now. Edgewood around 3:05 p.m. to Fruitvale. Y'all need to be in shelter. No travel on Interstate 20 from Wills Point to Van. Don't go west of Van. Don't go east of Wills Point. Don't be on Highway 80 right now between Grand Saline, Fruitvale, Edgewood, and Wills Point. And again, folks, this is a typical tornado track out here in parts of Van Zandt County. You know, we've done this so many times over the years. I can remember days and days of doing this. So, just folks, remember, we do have a tornado threat here, and there's going to be more with the southern storm. Southern storm now northeast of Eureka, near Kearns, about to cross Highway 309, moving up towards Highway 31. We need folks in Kearns, Trinidad, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Payne Springs, Toole, Gun Barrel City, Eustis. Be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet for everybody. I don't care if you look like a kindergartner with a clown helmet on. Put it on. I'd rather you look like a fool than get hit in the head by a 2x4. All right, and we do have storms developing farther south in the Brazos Valley, by the way, where we have a tornado watch now. Nothing of note yet. That could change. We'll keep an eye on it, but clearly we went from 0 to Spaghettioville in a real big hurry here with multiple tornado warnings. So let's go back. We're going to go north to south again. Possible tornado coming up on Highway 271 the next several minutes. Let me put another radar on up here. This is why we have like 50 monitors in this room, so I can have multiple radars up and maintain situational awareness. And people wonder why I start sweating and am exhausted after doing tornado coverage for hours. It's because there's days like this where it just doesn't stop and gets going quickly. Those of you in Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, Bogota, DePort, Johntown, all the way up to Clarksville, Detroit, Bagwell, need to be in a safe place. That's Highway 271, that's Highway 82, that's Highway 37. Anywhere from Detroit to Clarksville up to the Red River, south of Highway 70. This eventually could be an issue for Vallant, Garvin, and Idabel, Oklahoma, but for now, Bogota, DePort, Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get your butt into a safe place now. No vehicles, no mobile homes, and don't you dare be trying to outdrive this thing. You need to be in shelter. This thing's moving at 40 to 50 miles an hour. We don't need folks getting killed because they were in a car that got lofted off a highway. Folks, I'll tell you, this thing, that was a spooky velocity couplet. Let me go back. Let me set the storm motion vector on this. Yeah, just saying Christmas music. It's what happens sometimes. All right, we're going to do that. Let's just hit that button. Here we go. So again, we got winds moving. I don't know why it's looking so weird on that end. Is this... okay, I'm getting slightly old data off the Allison House server. Noted. Switch to this server. So Allison House is having issues, at least on my end of things. All right, so those of you in Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, Bogota, DePort, Johntown, Detroit, Bagwell, Clarksville, need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Emory, we're starting to see a circulation with this storm develop southwest of Sulphur Springs. If that continues, a new tornado warning will be required shortly for Sulphur Springs. Y'all down Highway 19, be mindful. Storm trying to spin itself up north of Emory. Back to the Fort Worth radar because we want to look at the closest radar for the lowest view to the ground. Storm west of Canton is pretty messy looking right now. It looks like it's undergoing a cell merger. I see a couple circulations here. One south of Canton, one west of Canton. Both are moving northeast. We've done this before too. Except this one I don't think has tornadoes down this second. But those of you in Canton, you need to be in a safe place. The lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Excuse me. Hard sole shoes, helmet. All right. And then a minute, if I can stop drawing like a kindergartner. Then this storm, northeast of Eureka. Eureka, you're clear for now, but we note new storm developing already back on I-45. No signs of low-level rotation yet, but we'll have to watch it. We see that storm south of Athens, too. Now, one thing that could help us here is if all these storms keep firing at once. Notice we have a lot of storms now. This could help us in that if they start kind of making things messy, it may help prevent long-duration circulations from forming, in which case these things may have issues actually tightening up and going tornadic, at least for long periods of time. Not necessarily a guarantee. For example, this storm up here southwest of Bogota is out by its lonesome right now. So of all these storms, that and honestly the one near Sulphur Springs, I'm going to tell you, get ready for a tornado warning. Something tells me this thing here is probably going to need one soon, and it's probably moving up towards town. So Sulphur Springs, keep an eye out. Don't be shocked if you get a tornado warning shortly. And then we have a tornado warning for a circulation coming up on Sulphur Bluff. We have a very strong circulation here. It's very tight. We're looking pretty high up in the atmosphere right now, but this storm definitely has a look to it. We're looking at 10,000 feet. We're not looking to low levels. That's the closest radar we've got to this thing, unfortunately. So we're looking in the mid levels, but there very well may be a tornado down now, very near Sulphur Bluff, moving northeast towards Cunningham, Bogota, Johntown, DePort, Detroit, Bagwell, Clarksville, and Albion. So if I just named any communities near you, I need you to go ahead and do me a favor. I realize it's a interruption to your day, but you know what? I'd rather interrupt your day than you get impaled by a 2x4 standing outside. So, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. It can be a bike helmet, and go for it. I don't care if you look like a clown. Go for it. This storm's moving northeast quickly, about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and get some times out of this, hopefully. This is going to be near Manchester at 3:25 p.m. Okay, well, let's do this instead. 202 at 60 miles an hour. This thing's booking and cooking, man. So, make sure that's 257. I'm going to put a manual storm track on this. Actually, let's do that again. Trying to give a good heads up here. Do 55 just in case. Okay, so Bogota about 3:10 p.m. Clarksville about 3:20 to 3:25. Up Highway 37, don't even bother being on 37 between Bogota and Clarksville. It's not a good idea. DePort, this is probably going to be closer to 3:10 if it makes it that far west. Looks like the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Van Zandt County. Stand by. No, it expired at 3 p.m. Okay. They just haven't issued a new one. What radar is that? Yeah, Sulphur Springs, stay on your toes. Canton, it looks like the tornado warning for Canton, Myrtle Springs, and Edgewood Fruitvale has been allowed to expire. We'll look at that in a second. This is going to be crossing near Albion at about 3:35 to 3:40. Highway 82 near Clarksville, 3:20 to 3:25. Potential for a tornado there. Please be in a safe place. Moving northeast quickly. Sulphur Springs, we're going to put a storm track on this real quick because I honestly don't like the way this is looking. We're going to do 50 for this. This would place it in Sulphur Springs about 3:10. Bogota, 3:50, and DePort, 3:51, with a new storm that could be tornadic by the time it gets up there. Tierra, 3:25. And that would be in Clarksville around 4 p.m. The next storm. Again, these are going to be riding like trains on the train track for a while, so some of y'all are going to have to deal with multiple storms. And we really hope you can help us out this afternoon, y'all. You guys are a big part of this warning process. If you know friends or family out here, let them know, hey, Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy Guy is live and talking about dangerous storms in your area. Share the... All right, are we back? We might be back. We might not be back. We shall see. We shall see. I'm hoping we're back and this didn't blow up. He, 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 he. So what happened was my computer exploded. So now that shouldn't happen again, and if it does, the stream won't cut out because I'm streaming through a secondary source. So my apologies for that. We'll make sure the audio is working. So my apologies. I am back. I'm sorry about that, y'all. The computer blue screened on me. Of all the technical things I can test, unfortunately, sometimes the blue screen is just going to pop up its ugly head. So I've just taken some of the load off this computer we're using and transferred it to a secondary computer. And we're getting set back up. So that should not happen again. My apologies. But at least we are back and we should be good to go. We're getting the radar going. I'm just going to set up the audio sources and I'm going to have about 50,000 people yelling at me because, well, that blew up. And rightfully so, but alas, sometimes things are just going to happen. So let me set this up. We'll hit that. We'll load that. All right, we're going to put this over here. I wonder if I can get this to play on that screen on the left. Sorry, I'm multitasking. It tends to be a thing when stuff explodes. But we have multiple tornado warnings, including a new one. Sulphur Springs, that storm I was telling you about, just went tornado warned, so y'all need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. That's a new tornado warning for Sulphur Springs. I was talking about this storm right before my computer went meh and said it might go tornadic, and it did. So those of you in Sulphur Springs, that thing got tighter than a tick's behind. Those of y'all north of Yantis, Sulphur Springs, Como, Highway 154 from Interstate 30 down Highway 11 to Como, be in a safe place now, all right? This thing could put a tornado down any second as it continues to move off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. We need you to be in a safe place. All right, I need this to display on the right monitor here. I have 8 monitors hooked up to this computer. That's why it takes a second sometimes for things not to explode. All right, it's not going to play on that one. If it has to play on the one right above me where I usually put the chat room, so be it. All right, so those of you in Sulphur Springs, be in shelter. Same for DePort, Bogota.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Rains and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Okay, that was a severe storm warning. Those of you, ooh, Canton, 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 I'll tell you. No. Canton, you know what? Y'all east of Canton, I don't. Yeah, Canton, you need to be in a safe place. Grand Saline, Fruitvale, possible tornado crossing I-20 now. That thing spun up, and that might have a debris signature. Canton, back in shelter now. Grand Saline, shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, it's a possible tornado crossing just east of Canton on I-20. We had a tornado take this track a couple years ago. It may have been 2019 or around that, so maybe it was 6 years ago, even 7. But we've had a tornado take. Oh yeah, no. Y'all in Canton need to be in, or east of Canton.
Warning has been issued for rains and Van Zandt
Grand
County,
Saline,
Texas.
Fruitvale, be in shelter now. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thing could put a tornado down any point. This is probably the spookiest signature I've seen so far today, and I don't like it. It's moving right towards Grand Saline, taking a track of the... Y'all remember back in 2017 to 2019, we had 2 supercells, one tornado east of town, one west of Canton, both moved northeast and crossed 80. Same situation here, except we just have the one on the east side of the town moving up towards Grand Saline. So those of you in Grand Saline, Highway 110 down to I-20, need to be in shelter now. We have a tornado down east of Canton. We have PD reporting tornado. So a confirmed tornado doing damage now just crossed I-20 east of Canton, moving northeast up towards Grand Saline. Those of you in Grand Saline, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Grand Saline down to Canton. Shelter now. That's what you need to do. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Are we actually live on YouTube? It says we are. My thing I use for all this is messing up, so... we have a possible tornado debris signature now just east of Canton, moving northeast towards Grand Saline. All right, let's do this. Log Cabin, Tool, Gun Barrel City, be in a safe place. Confirmed tornado east of Canton, north of I-20, moving up towards Grand Saline. Grand Saline, Highway 80, Fruitvale, east of Grand Saline. You need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado has been confirmed by Canton Police. We have a storm capable of producing a tornado that's going to be moving up towards Sulphur Springs. There's the velocity couplet on that. We have broad circulation. No reports out of this one yet. It's crossing Highway 154 shortly near or south of Interstate 20. Near Bogota, we have a thunderstorm. Southwest of Highway 271 and DePort, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. That storm has the potential to produce a tornado as it crosses Highway 271 near Bogota and DePort. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. You got time, but don't bother waiting. You need to be in a safe place immediately for this thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. All right. Let me copy this. And by the way, we're talking about the most intense storms. I realize we have multiple storms. If we're not talking about yours, well, it may be okay. Frozen again. It's not me that's frozen this time. Yours, well, it may be okay. Frozen again. Athens needs to be looked at. Bogota, thank you. All right. I don't like that thing southeast, south of Gun Barrel City. We don't have a tornado warning on that this second, it looks like, but it may be trying to tighten up again. Athens needs to be looked at. And yeah, I'll turn my mic up in just a second. All right. I don't know why it's so quiet. South of Gun Barrel City. We don't have a tornado warning on that this second, it looks like, but it may be trying to tighten up again. Let me turn that off. Y'all don't need to be hearing me twice. Once is enough.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Smith and Wood County in Texas.
Well, good news. The microphone just got turned up. I'll turn the gain down. That should make life a little easier. All right, we have a tornado warning now. This is going to be a downstream extension. Congrats, you got to see that. I forgot we're using new software. Mineola, Alba, Quitman, Yantis, y'all are now on a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have a tornado down southwest of Grand Saline, moving northeast towards Grand Saline. This tornado will be in the city of Grand Saline in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Y'all need to be in a safe place immediately, as again, a confirmed tornado as of 5 minutes ago by Canton Police is down doing damage. All right, let me get this thing back on Facebook. This thing's being difficult today. Wasn't my intent to have difficult stuff, but sometimes stuff just goes kabooyah. All right, press that, hit that. All right. Well, we're live back on the Facebook. And we're even on Twitch. So, okay, let's go over what we've got. Tornado northeast of Canton. Canton, you're clear from this one, but we could have another storm coming up any time now with a possible tornado from the southwest. No tornado warnings down here southwest of Highway 175 right now, but we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. Very nasty looking circulation approaching Grand Saline. Again, that could be a tornado down. Y'all need to be in a safe place. We're going to go up here. Look at this thing southeast of Sulphur Springs. Oh, that's nasty, nasty, nasty. Very easily could have a tornado down right now on Highway 154 about maybe 2 miles south of Interstate 30 and 154. Passing just south of Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs, you need to be in a safe place. After Sulphur Springs, this storm and possible tornado will cross Interstate 30 east of town, moving towards Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, and Saltillo. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Okay, storm approaching Bogota, also showing strong rotation right now. Those of you in Bogota, Johntown, you need to be in a safe place. Circulation is going to go southeast of DePort, but may ride up Highway 37 towards Clarksville. So again, this is the circulation on the which way the wind's blowing mode. Moving northeast towards Highway 82 in Clarksville. This will probably stay east of Detroit, but is making a beeline for Clarksville. Those of you in Bagwell, you need to be in shelter, and then eventually Albion. You need to be in shelter. That in a sturdy site-built structure is the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put in as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll switch this back over, let you watch this. We've got Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. He's going to be intercepting the Sulphur Springs storm shortly. And again, we are streaming live storm chasing video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel if you just want the storm chasing element. Again, very dangerous looking circulation about to cross Highway 11, just southeast of Sulphur Springs. This could be a tornado down. It's very strong circulation. This will be crossing Highway 11 between Sulphur Springs, just southeast of town, and Como. Those of you in Sulphur Springs, we need you in a safe place. Please stay there. Even if this stays just southeast of town, we need you to stay in a safe place. This is going to be going down 2310 east of Sulphur Springs, and then crossing Interstate 30, probably near County Road 20 or 3341, if not closer to the east side of Sulphur Springs. Please be in a safe place. We have a confirmed tornado located now about 3 miles southwest of Grand Saline, moving northeast. A very, very strong circulation with this. You can see the latest scan just came in. We have winds moving away from the radar at about 50 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar at probably almost the same velocity. 44 to 50, we're going to say 50, 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear, and we did have a confirmed report of a tornado with this from the Canton Police Department moments ago. So again, this is a confirmed tornado in the last 10 minutes, now northeast of the city of Canton. Canton, you're clear from this, but understand you have additional storms coming up from the southwest you need to be aware of. So Grand Saline, this is going to be in Grand Saline in the next several minutes, 9 miles northeast of Canton, near Grand Saline, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. To repeat, a tornado is confirmed with this thunderstorm, Grand Saline. If you know anyone in Grand Saline, make sure they're in shelter. Tornado warning extends downstream. This will be crossing Highway 69 between Alba and Mineola. Both communities are in a tornado warning. After that, Quitman to Yantis on Highway 154. You need to be in a safe place. And eventually, this may impact Winsboro to Como on Highway 11. Again, these are going to be multiple supercells today with the potential for tornadoes. Some of these tornadoes could be down for a while. So again, a confirmed tornado now, very near the community of Grand Saline. This will be near Grand Saline within minutes. Please be in a safe place. And y'all, we need your help today. We're going to be so busy today. Y'all can really help us out here and help save lives. All right? If you know anyone out here in Northeast Texas or East Texas, let them know. Shoot them a note. Hey, Texas Storm Chasers, they're covering you. Baldy-in-Chief's yipping and yapping. Their storm chasers are out chasing. Send them the link to this stream. We're going to do our best to keep folks aware. And understand, we have 3 tornadoes right now. 3 tornadic storms. One, near Bogota. One near Sulphur Springs. One near Grand Saline.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Henderson and Van Zandt County in Texas.
All these storms could have or do have tornadoes. Clarksville, northern storm after Bogota, you're the target. This one near Sulphur Springs, the east sides of Sulphur Springs, is going to be passing east of Sulphur Springs, moving northeast towards Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, Saltillo. Southern storm near Grand Saline, moving towards Alba, Golden. No travel on Highway 69 north of Mineola to Emory. After 69, this is going to be crossing over Highway 154 from Yantis to Quitman. Quitman, you're getting pelted with lightning right now. You've still got some time before this dangerous tornadic storm approaches. After that, this storm may ride up Highway 37 towards Winsboro. Winsboro to Quitman to Mineola, no travel. No travel between Mineola and Emory. No travel between Alba in Quitman. All right, we've got a 4th storm now going tornadic. Let's talk about it. This is going to be a new tornado warning near the city of Athens. This is going to be moving northeast towards Murchison, Brownsboro, Edom, Chandler, Van. Tornado warning for y'all now until 4 p.m. So we now have 4 storms with tornado warnings. Again, I said this could be a busy day, and I said at 2:40, the first storm of the day is going to tell a story, and then we had 3 other storms go tornado warned within 5 minutes. So we've actually got 5 storms here we're watching. First storm, Red River, north of Clarksville, moving towards Idabel, Oklahoma, on Highway 70. Second storm, that's going to be very near Bogota, moving northeast towards Clarksville. That has a very strong circulation. That could be a tornado. Do not travel on Highway 37 between Bogota and Clarksville. Storm number 3 has a possible tornado just east of Sulphur Springs. That's moving northeast towards Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, and Saltillo. Storm number 4 is now near Grand Saline. This storm has had a tornado confirmed with it in the last 15 minutes. Storm 5 now is a severe storm capable of producing a tornado just northeast of Athens. All these storms are moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So understand, y'all need to pay attention today. We're going to do our best to keep you updated, but clearly we have one heck of a palooza underway. If you want to know what's going on with storms near you, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. We've also got interactive weather radar in our mobile app at TexasStormChasers.com. Otherwise, we are going to do our best to keep you updated on the tornado event that is now underway in northeast Texas. Storms could extend all the way down to the Brazos Valley later, by the way. with some threat of tornadoes. We don't have that right now. We do have a new storm back near Currens. At this point, it's not showing strong rotation. We'll switch to the Fort Worth radar, check on some of these storms real quick. And yeah, I can see why they put a tornado warning on this thing northeast of Athens. Murchison, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, but as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That storm's moving towards Edom, Brownsboro, Ben Wheeler, Redland, Van. Those of you in Edom, this will be near town at 3:30 p.m. We want no travel on Highway 64 between Redland and Ben Wheeler, better yet, Canton and the west sides of Tyler. We don't want anyone on I-20 at this point, pretty much from Tyler to Canton. We want no one near Highway 80 from Mineola to Edgewood. A possible tornado very near Grand Saline. Again, this thing has all the benchmarks of what could be a nasty tornado down right now, very near Grand Saline. We got winds moving towards the radar. It just got even worse. Winds moving towards the radar at 60, winds moving away about 40, 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Again, the potential, if not likelihood, that we have a tornado very near Grand Saline right now. This could be a tornado doing considerable damage. So those of you on near Grand Saline, especially just east of town, tornado likely down just east of Grand Saline, but it's going to be really close. All right, after Grand Saline, this thing's going to be making a beeline for Alba. Alba to Golden. You need to be in a safe place immediately. Highway 69, Alba to Golden. You've got 10 minutes. Be in a safe place. This storm has a tornado with it, and it could be a mad one, bad one, very angry one. There's your descriptors of the day. Storm number whatever this is, let's just go the Sulphur Springs storm north of Como. Circulation not as impressive as storms farther south. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's in proximity of that. We're keeping a close eye on his stream. We're keeping a close eye on him. This circulation now east of Sulphur Springs by a few miles. That's going to be moving northeast up towards Sulphur Bluff, Saltillo, and eventually Bogota. Bogota's got a possible tornado near town now. You're going to have another one in the next 30 minutes. So Bogota, another tornado-producing storm 30 minutes away. Storm, I guess the one now up on the Red River near Albion. That'll be impacting Highway 70 from Valent, Oklahoma, Garvin, Oklahoma, Wright City, Oklahoma, west of Idabel, Oklahoma. So, again, if y'all could really help us out today, that'd be great. Let folks know out here that there are some nasty storms producing tornadoes. Share our live stream with them. Let them know, hey, Texas Storm Chasers, been around 15 years. They're covering this thing. They've got chasers out there, and we're doing our best to keep you updated on this life-threatening situation. Okay, storm near Currens at this point is not severe, which is good. We're going to keep an eye on it. That certainly has potential of becoming a problem as it continues moving into the environment quite favorable for severe weather. Okay, so let's go at it. It's 3:27 p.m. Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're in the midst of what may end up being a tornado outbreak across northeast Texas on the 4th of April, 2025. We have multiple dangerous thunderstorms capable of producing significant severe weather, baseball-size hail, and tornadoes. We're going to go from south to north and try to give each of y'all information on what's going on.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Smith and Wood County in Texas.
All right, that's going to be an extension of this southern storm. That will include the city of Lindale. So let me switch over to the Fort Worth radar for a better look at this. It's going to be a new tornado warning that'll show up on this map shortly. It does include Lindale and Mineola. Possible circulation now 2 miles north of Murchison, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued for McCurtain County in Oklahoma.
We're going to put that
Red
over
River
there.
County in Texas.
Let me see if I can't get a good view of this. Stand by. That's not what I wanted. Oh, forget it. That still at least gives us a good view of what's going on here, and I can see what I need to see. So again, let's go over what we have going on. We've got multiple storms capable of producing a tornado. One north of Murchison. Athens, you're clear for now, but you may have more storms. Storm near Murchison, moving towards Van, Edom, Brownsboro, Lindale, Mineola. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's that circulation moving like this. Storm near Grand Saline's now north of Highway 80. That is a nasty-looking circulation. That could be a storm with a tornado down. That storm has a history of producing a tornado east of Canton a bit earlier. So those of you northeast of Grand Saline, you need to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is with this circulation near, let's just say 3 miles northeast of Grand Saline. That's going to be moving up towards Highway 69. Alba, you need to be in a safe place. Quitman, you need to be in a safe place. Golden, you need to be in a safe place. No
Texas
travel
local
on
storm
Highway...
report from 5 miles south-southeast of Grand Saline in Van Zandt County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by law enforcement. Additional information, reports of a tree on a house at FM 1255 and SH 110. Also a roof blown off of a house nearby.
Yeah, it was probably a tornado. So, as you can see, we've got what could be a minor tornado debris signature. Folks, I'll tell you, there is a high probability there is a tornado down here right now. This is very strong rotation. We've got reports of damage north or southeast of Grand Saline, and we had a report of a tornado back when this thing was near I-20 in Canton. So those of you in Alba, Golden, Mineola, be in shelter now. No one or their mama better be going on Highway 182 or 69 between Alba and Quitman. Quitman, you need to be in a shelter as well. This will likely stay west of Quitman, but it's going to be close. Thereafter, this thing may go right towards Winnsboro. It may stay west of Winnsboro, but it's definitely going to pass between Winnsboro and Yantis. All right, this is a tornado. In fact, I have no problem saying this is a confirmed tornado. This is a dangerous, dangerous thunderstorm. I mean, look at that velocity couplet. It just keeps getting worse and worse. So again, those of you northeast of Grand Saline, a confirmed tornado moving towards Highway 69 the next 5 minutes near Alba and Golden. This thing has the potential to be a strong tornado. This may be a long trekker, so you need to be in shelter. Okay, I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm just telling you the truth that this could be a pretty strong tornado. All right, let's keep going north. Let's switch to the Shreveport radar for the best view. Circulation now north of Interstate 30, Sulphur Springs, you're clear.
Texas local storm report from 5 miles south-southeast of Grand Saline in Van Zandt County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by law enforcement. Additional information, multiple trees down near FM 1255 and FM 773.
All right, so we're getting multiple reports of damage from what was likely a tornado southeast of Grand Saline. That tornado is likely still down doing damage approaching Alba on Highway 69 northeast of Grand Saline. I cannot stress enough, y'all need to be in shelter. North we go. This storm east of Sulphur Springs, the potential for a tornado in progress moving northeast towards Bogota, Johntown, Talco. Circulation itself does not look as ominous as other storms right now, but it could easily tighten up and begin producing a tornado if it doesn't already have one. Northeast, Clarksville, y'all have a storm capable of producing a tornado riding up Highway 37. That'll be in Clarksville by 3:40 to 3:45 p.m. Those of you in Clarksville need to be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you in the outside as possible. We need you to please take this seriously and understand we are busy today. So that's why we are dealing with this. We've got all sorts of issues going on in severe weatherland here. So please be aware of what we're dealing with and understand and give us some patience and help us out if you can. All right, I'm going to put this radar over here. This radar down here. All right. So let's go over quickly what's going on. Clarksville been shelter, tornado approaching in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Those of you near Albion on Highway 37, that storm's up in Oklahoma now, so we're going to let that go. Let's zoom out. Notice we have additional storms developing now. One near Huntsville, others back west of Athens. This one near Gun Barrel City we're going to need to watch. I don't like the way this storm near Highway 31 is near Brownsboro is looking. So let's talk about what's going on. We've got, 6 tornado warnings? I'm going to highlight the storms, and we're going to go from south to north and talk about what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 storms, all moving northeast, all potentially producing tornadoes. All right, 1 near Clarksville, 1 northeast of Sulphur Springs, 1 northeast of Grand Saline, 1 northeast of Athens. Athens storm moving towards Brownsboro. Brownsboro, you need to be in shelter now. Tornado likely, very likely right now near Alba. That could be a significant, strong, long-track tornado. We could have a tornado. We could have a couple storms. Stand by. We just get a picture of this on Twitter. Might have a visual of a tornado southwest of Clarksville at 3:34 p.m. What the Storm Prediction Center just say. Okay, so let's, again, y'all just be in a safe place, and I'm going to, tighten down the hatches. We got a new tornado warning coming in, and I'm going to do my best to give you each the time you need, but understand we're pretty busy, and if y'all can help us out, let folks know out here we got big problems with tornadoes, and if they want weather information, send them the stream link.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
Okay, it's going to be for this storm near Clarksville, the potential of a tornado southwest of Clarksville. We just got a picture of what could have been a... Standby, is that a debris ball? Okay, that is. Clarksville, sense of urgency has now gone up. We could have a significant tornado in progress south of Clarksville. We've got a tornado debris signature now at 9,000 feet. So again, this is a confirmed tornado doing damage. This could be a pretty significant tornado. Southwest of Clarksville. Clarksville, you need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Large tornado down, lofting debris over 10,000 feet. Be in shelter now. Those of you who watch our streams, you know very well I do not use the uh-oh daddy tone unless we got big problems, and we got problems. I want to emphasize, again, a confirmed dangerous tornado now in progress near just southwest of Clarksville. This thing is lofting debris. We're getting pictures of it on Twitter. We can see it from storm chasers. They see the tornado now. Big tornado. So again, this is a significant situation. Clarksville, large, extremely dangerous tornado, 5 miles southwest of town, moving northeast of 50. Be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Don't go outside looking for this. It's rain wrap. People are using a drone. Trained spotters with drone licenses. Don't go out looking for this. I don't want you to get hurt. Seriously. Clarksville, be in shelter now. You have 5 minutes before a large, destructive tornado comes rolling into town from the southwest, okay? So if you want it, I said earlier, storms will tell a story. We now have confirmed reports of at least 2 tornadoes, and this one south of Clarksville is a biggin. We just retweeted a picture of it if you want to go look on X. All right, so large tornado now, 5 miles southwest of Clarksville. Tornado now possibly in progress near Saltillo. That's going to be about 8 miles northwest of Mount Vernon, 12 miles northeast of Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs, you're clear from this. No tornado threat in Sulphur Springs right now. Back south. What? Yeah, you know what, folks? That's a big tornado there. Highway 69 southeast of Alba. We don't have a tornado debris signature, but we've had visual confirmation of this. We've had damage reports. There's a big tornado crossing Highway 69 right now, more likely than not. Just southeast of Alba. Stand by, Jason. Where is Jason? We're going to take Jason full screen real quick. Jason's on Highway 37. He might be on it. He might be on this one northeast of Sulphur Springs. Stand by. I think he's got a visual of it. We'll keep a very close eye on his stream. But again, large tornado with a significant debris signature approaching Clarksville from the southwest. You need to be in shelter now. It's tornado northeast of Sulphur Springs by 12 miles. Northwest of Mount Vernon by 8 miles. We have a tornado likely crossing Highway 69 right now. Near Golden, southeast of Alba. We could have a tornado in progress. There's the one near Alba. We could have a tornado in progress just north of Brownsboro, moving northeast. That would cross Interstate 20 near Hideaway, west of Lindale. In fact, Lindale, this might be making a beeline towards you. I'm sorry, Lindale, this thing could be coming to say hello. Okay, we're keeping a close eye on Jason's stream. And y'all may see it before I do. If y'all see anything, you holler. But I'm going to keep us on radar view for now because I really want folks out here to know what is going on. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're in the midst of a tornado outbreak across northeast Texas. Large destructive tornado approaching Clarksville. We have a confirmed report of that. This is a confirmed tornado lofting debris over 10,000 feet. Y'all need to be in shelter. Clarksville, this is a extremely dangerous situation. Please be in shelter now. Tornado is confirmed. This one west of Mount Vernon spinning up quick now, too. This thing could have a tornado down with it at any time. I think that's the storm Jason is on. He's on Highway 37, which means that probably is the one he is on. So, yeah, he's on Highway 37. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Winsboro, Alba. Alba, that is just a nasty, nasty, nasty circulation. I'm going to switch to the Fort Worth radar, get a different view. You're going to be able to see that couplet brighter than daylight here. No tornado debris signature. I'm a little surprised at that. I'll be completely honest. I figured we would, but possible, if not probable, tornado now crossing Highway or FM 182 east of Alba. This is going to be crossing Highway 154 as it moves northeast extremely quickly at 35 to 50 miles an hour. Those of you west equipment, be in shelter. This is going to be moving closer to Yantis. We want no travel on Highway 154 between Quitman and Yantis. We need folks in Yantis and Quitman to please be in shelter. Winsboro, this could be an issue for you eventually, but if this takes more of a north-northeast jog, it's going to be traveling closer to Como. It may move more like this, up towards Highway 11 and Picton. Picton, Como. Be ready. All right, well, let's just take that real quick. All right, we're gonna watch for that carefully. All right, so his stream just came back. So again, Clarksville, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is approaching Clarksville right now. Y'all in Clarksville need to be in shelter immediately. You should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago, but you better be in shelter now. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is moving very near Clarksville as we speak. This is a particularly dangerous situation. I cannot emphasize it enough. I can't emphasize it anymore. If you don't want to take shelter, that's up to you, but understand, we've got pictures of this. We've retweeted it. Clarksville, there's a tornado. It is down. It is very near town. It's lofting debris over 10,000 feet. It takes a strong tornado to do that. So Clarksville, you are in imminent danger of a significant tornado. This thing's got debris lofted over 10,000 feet, and we've seen pictures of it, so please be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? Clarksville. Okay, we need to keep... I don't want to focus on one storm. Let me see where Jason is. I think he is on this storm. And he said multi-vortex. Yeah, he's on this storm. So Jason reported a multi-vortex tornado with this a few minutes ago. So again, this is a tornado. Possible tornado. This is the storm Jason is on. Northwest of Mount Vernon. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour towards Talco and Johntown. This storm shows a significant increase in circulation. So Talco, Bogota, Johntown, Highway 271. Storm could put a major tornado down any time, moving northeast. Clarksville, if there's a tornado down, it's coming into town now. It is not good. Clarksville. I'm praying for you, Clarksville, right now. I really am. This could be if this doesn't pass just south of town, we are about to have a major problem in Clarksville in northeast Texas. Y'all keep them in your prayers. Significant tornado could develop any time. With this storm 8 miles northwest of Mount Vernon, the velocity is increasing. Hey Siri, text Jason Cooley. What do you have on the Mount Vernon storm? Rotation increasing. Standby. Mount Vernon storm. So Talco, Bogota, Johntown. Be ready. No travel between Mount Vernon and Bogota on Highway 37. South storm. Northwest equipment. Very significant circulation. This is a tornado that's been reported a couple times now. No tornado debris signature, but again, very likely have a tornado down approaching Highway 154. That's going to be passing about, 5 to 6 miles northwest equipment, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This could pose a direct threat to places like Como, Picton, and Winsboro on Highway 11. Y'all get ready. Y'all will have a tornado warning shortly. Farther south, this storm, I don't like the way this thing's starting to pick up southwest of Lindale. Edom, Lindale, be in a safe place. This southern storm's starting to pick up as well. I don't like that, so be ready. This thing could put a tornado down before it gets to I-20. Redland, you need to be in a safe place. Edom, Brownsboro, Hideaway, Lindale, Mineola, Hawkins. Be in a safe place. Tornado likely passing northwest equipment, southeast of Yantis. Highway 154. Tornado likely begin. If we don't have a tornado now, we're probably going to have a tornado soon. Northwest Mount Vernon by 5 to 6 miles. That's the storm Jason is on. And then we have what could be a significant tornado down doing damage very near Clarksville. I mean, folks, now understand, there is tilt involved in thunderstorms. So we need to be mindful that with tilt involved, we're looking 10,000 feet. The tornado itself may not be exactly where it is on this map when you consider we're looking 10,000 feet. There's tilt. So hopefully, by a miracle, this thing is Clarksville, but I need to emphasize the fact this is not a good look with this circulation in a confirmed tornado right over Clarksville here at 10,000 feet. By luck, hopefully this thing is staying east of, or just outside of Clarksville. Hopefully. All right, hold on a second. I need to add some sources here. So again, we've got multiple storms producing tornadoes. We've got a storm north of Mount Vernon by about 6 miles. Could have a tornado crossing that north-south highway shortly. We have a tornado very near Clarksville. We have a possible tornado developing, a possible tornado crossing Highway 154 between Yantis and Quitman, moving towards Picton, Como, Winsboro. We have a possible tornado developing now near Redland, moving towards Hideaway and Lindale. All right. Get rid of that. Let's hit that.
Clarksville just took a hit.
Check this.
Clarksville had to take a hit. But so far from radar, you're not seeing it.
You're going to hear audio for a second. I promise it'll stop in a minute. Sorry, I had to add a video feed at the last second here. Then we'll keep going. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. This is a Storm Chaser feed from Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett. We got a preliminary report. The Clarksville tornado may have roped out before getting to town. I really hope so. That would be great news for them. All right, we're going to keep an eye on Chelsea's feed as well. Let's get back to the primary feed here. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring multiple storms capable of producing tornadoes this afternoon. Let's just push this over here. We'll put this back over here. All right, let's do a reset. I'm going to zoom out to the state. I just want to show what's going on real quick. We're dealing with multiple storms in east-northeast Texas this afternoon. That's what we have. We've got storms that are all capable of producing tornadoes all over the place. At this point, we have 4 storms capable of putting tornadoes down or have put tornadoes down in the last hour, okay? So let me get back to it. Let's go south to north. We're going to make sure we're on the right radar. And I'll tell you, I don't like the way this storm north of Redland coming up towards Interstate 20 in Lindale's looking. This thing's could have baseball-size hail with it, and I don't like the way it's organizing. This thing could be getting ready to put a tornado down. Lindale, we need you to be in a safe place. If this is correct, I'll put a storm track on it, and this would be approaching Lindale at least. Hey, thing, come on, be nice. Okay, it just doesn't want to be nice. So, Lindale, let's just say this. By 4:05 to 4:10 p.m., this could be near you. You could get hail first, and again, this could put a pretty nasty tornado down at any moment. We have a storm north of Quitman. This storm likely has a tornado down near Yantis, just southeast of Yantis. That's going to be moving northeast. North-northeast. This thing's moving more north than northeast. It's moving like this. So, Como, you're in a direct line for this. Como, this thing's moving more towards you. So, Como, we need you to be in a safe place. Highway 11, we want no travel between Sulphur Springs and Winsboro. This possible tornado moving towards Como at about 40 miles an hour. We'll likely have a tornado warning for that soon. Clarksville, I mean, they say it roped out, but boy, does that thing have a nasty circulation. There's probably a tornado down northeast of Clarksville right now. This is going to be moving up northeast towards, eventually this is probably going to be passing near Harris, Oklahoma, near or just south of Idabel, Oklahoma. So again, those of you from Idabel to Harris, be in a safe place.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hopkins County in Texas.
So it has. Where did my Celsius go? I'm going to have to go grab a Celsius in a second. So again, northeast of Clarksville, tornado in progress, moving towards Idabel and Harris, Oklahoma. Please be in a safe place. Clarksville, you're clear from that. You've got other storms back to your southwest.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie, Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
And I don't like the way this circulation near Talco is starting to firm up. It's completely wrapped in rain, but very strong velocity. If this is able to tighten up, like a skater bringing their arms in, the potential will be for this thing to tighten up and produce a nasty tornado. Those of you from Talco to Johntown, you need to be in a safe place. And we'll get a new warning polygon for that in a second. South, we've got that thing near Yantis. The good news is that looks a little less impressive right now, but the potential for it to impact Highway 11 near Como soon. So Clarksville, you're good for now. Clarksville, you're clear. New tornado to your southwest should stay closer to Talco to Avery. There's that new tornado warning. That storm moving northeast at... Stand by. I need to press some buttons here. Boop, boop. Let's see what they've got this moving at. Moving northeast at 33. I don't know if it's moving that slow, so I'm going to put a track on there for 40. I'd rather be a little late. Again, moving northeast, I'm going to do 45. So Talco, you've got maybe 5 to 7 minutes, 4 p.m. Avery, 4:30 p.m. Anona, 4:25 to 4:30. Talco to Johntown, you've got 5 to 10 minutes, if that. After that, this thing's moving northeast towards Wilkinson, Lydia, Avery, Anona, English. Tornado likely continues just northeast of Clarksville. You'll see that really nasty bright green against bright red, that's likely a tornado northeast of Clarksville. Tornadoes moving away from Clarksville. Yantis still could have a circulation here moving north towards Como, and then I really don't like the way this thing near Edam's looking, and Lydia. Excuse me, Lindale. If that's down, or if we have a tornado there, that's likely rain-wrapped. If we don't have a tornado, we know we could have some very strong straight-line winds near Edam right now. We could have winds gusting well over 70 miles an hour. We do not have any other severe storms at this point back southwest right now. All right, why is this not loading? So again, radar is saying we could have winds near 75 miles an hour, straight line wind in the rear flank downdraft on the backside of this storm approaching Interstate 20. But notice we're starting to go gate to gate here. We could have a tornado developing right now, approaching Highway 110, east of Van, west of Lindale. Let me see if we can't get some markers on here. County Road 442, County Road 438. You've got Highway 110 and Interstate 20, a developing tornado likely wrapped in heavy rain and hail right now in that area. You can see a new tornado warning was just issued, so the computer's about to go squeal.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
This is going to be a tornado warning until 4:45 p.m. for this storm. Possible tornado west of Lindale, 12 miles south of Mineola, moving northeast at 35. Mineola to Lindale, y'all need to be in a safe place. No travel on Highway 69 between Mineola and Lindale as this storm continues moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So again, this thing could put a tornado down any time as it traverses west of Lindale into Wood County from Smith County. And understand, this thing's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. Back west, no indications of strong rotation yet with any of these new storms. All right, let's go back north. This is a pretty messy setup now. Let me see where Chelsea is real quick. Okay, so Chelsea is in Como. And that circulation is weakening. All right, let me... Yeah. All right, the Weather Service is calling this tornado near Talco a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado now, located near Overhamptonsport, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So this will be moving northeast at 35 towards English, Talco, Harts Bluff, Lydia, Johntown, Cuthand, Avery, and Anona. The Weather Service in Shreveport calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving towards Talco and Highway 271. So folks from Johntown to Talco, Wilkinson, Anona, Avery, Lydia, English, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Farther north, we have a storm with a tornado on it. This is a confirmed tornado. This is near County Road 3275, moving towards County Road 3230, northeast of Clarksville, north of Anona. This eventually is going to make a beeline for Harris, Oklahoma, which is the intersection of 4680 and Highway 259 up here in portions of far southeastern Oklahoma. So far southeastern Oklahoma, south of Idabel, large and extremely dangerous tornado, northeast of Clarksville, north of Anona, moving northeast over rural portions of northern Red River County. That's moving right towards Harris, Oklahoma, and Highway 259. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Be in a safe place now. Potential for a large, dangerous rain-wrapped tornado approaching Highway 271 in Talco, moving northeast at 35. After Talco, that storm is going to be making a beeline for Anona, Avery, and Lydia on Highway 82. So let me highlight real quick. I'm going to just put it in the how hard it's raining mode. Tornado 1, moving like that. Tornado 2, wrapped in rain, moving like that. Both these tornadoes, big, bad, very mad. You need to be in a safe place, all right? All right, let's go back southwest. Storm that had a tornado near Como, looking much less organized now. And then this thing near Lindale, I don't like the way this thing near Lindale's looking. It's a very high precipitation supercell, but let me show you what we're doing here on the rain mode. This is your inflow notch. Up here, Lindale points north, that's your hail. It's not what I meant to draw, but that's a horrible H. It's what I get when I get to draw stuff. Apparently, I draw like a fourth grader. If that. There's your hail core north of Lindale. It's your inflow notch. This is your huge rear flank downdraft with hurricane force winds on the backside of the thunderstorm. Let's switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see it even better on this. Colors in the red, those are your winds blowing away from the radar in Shreveport. There you go. Winds moving in like that. Here's your blue and greens. Could have winds hurricane force there. This is where we're looking to see if we see a tornado develop. Boy, Jason, if you're listening, I really think there's a big tornado about to cross Highway 271 near Talco. Jason is on FM 909 near Bogota, moving probably southeast. And we know we do have other storms developing, but so far behaving back near Gun Barrel City. That could change. We are seeing a little rotation east of Gun Barrel City right now, well south of Canton, with this storm. It's going to be northeast of Eustis. Nothing super organized right now, but we're watching it. You can see on the how hard it's raining mode a little hook appendage there. I'm on Slack or this if you prefer whenever you're available. All right. So let's continue.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
All right, so I'm going to turn off the radar. I want to show you the tornado warnings. I'm going to turn off that. Everything in red here is the tornado warning. So we've got 1, 2, well, here, let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. Running from Lindale to Mineola to Quitman to east of Sulphur Springs to Bogota, Clarksville to DeKalb up towards Idabel, Oklahoma. We're going to turn the radar mode back on now. And we appreciate all of you helping us out this afternoon, giving out information to folks in the chat rooms who may be asking. If by chance folks in the chat room are sending super chats or stars, thank you. I don't have that monitor up right now. As you might expect, I'm trying to keep my focus on the severe weather at hand to maintain situational awareness, but I hope those of you in the chat rooms are thanking those who are sending in those contributions. That helps us bring this coverage to you. It helps us upgrade equipment. Several of our chasers this year have Starlink. So we are doing our best to bring you this information. And likewise, you can really help us out by sharing this stream with folks who may live in these areas out here and let them know to pay attention to the weather because, well, most folks got better things to do in the world than pay attention to weather, but this is a day folks in Northeast Texas really need to pay attention. Okay, so it is 4:05 p.m. We've got a tornado crossing County Road 3230 in northeastern Red River County. This is about to move into portions of McCurtain County, Oklahoma. Idabel, Oklahoma is up here. Idabel, y'all are in danger. This thing's turned more north. This thing is intensifying. Those of you between Idabel and Harris on Highway 259, Oklahoma, McCurtain County, I don't care if it's Oklahoma. Oh well, please be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Very strong rotation here. We've got winds moving away from the radar at 80 miles an hour. Winds moving towards it at 40. 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Very strong indications of a continued long-track tornado. Here near Talco, we've got a thunderstorm which could have a pretty large tornado with it wrapped in heavy rain. That's moving northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. This is also where meteorologist Jason Cooley is near. We're keeping a very close eye on his feed. He is southeast of Bogota, I believe. Let's see, Chelsea is near Winsboro. So Chelsea should be moving to intercept this storm coming out of the Lindale area. All right, so Talco, after this storm, continues moving northeast. I'm going to highlight the circulation here. That was horrible. Let's try again. Put it on the rain mode. This thing's wrapped in rain. This thing's probably moving like this or like this towards Anona and Avery on Highway 82. If this thing turns east anymore, DeKalb's going to be a threat from this. Again, this thing could put a pretty big tornado down at any point, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour towards Anona and Avery. Anona and Avery, this will be near you in the next 30 minutes. So anyone between Talco, Clarksville, Anona, Avery, and DeKalb, tornado warning. Rain-wrapped tornado. Flooding. Problems. Be in a safe place. Watching this storm that had a tornado near Como earlier, moving closer to Winsboro. You can see a bit of a hook echo here southwest of Winsboro. No indications of real enhancement yet on the velocity mode, but we're going to need to watch it carefully as this storm continues to move northeast at about 35 miles per hour. As this storm continues moving northeast, we'll continue monitoring it. Lindale, possible tornado about 2 to 3 miles south of Mineola. This definitely, in addition to maybe having a tornado with it, is showing a nasty rear flank downdraft, or winds come down the back side of the circulation. And that's what those blue colors here are. We could have winds gusting over 60, even 70 miles an hour. So again, Mineola to Lindale, pretty almost a confluence line here of a strong low-level circulation. We're just waiting to see which one of these is going to tighten up. If this thing tightens up, it could put a pretty nasty tornado down as it moves off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. In addition, this thing could have tennis ball size hail. So this is going to be moving northeast, crossing over Highway 80 around Hawkins to Mineola. After that, this is going to be threat to Highway 154 from Gilmer east of Quitman, Gilmer to Betty up Highway 271 to Pittsburgh. This is going to be an issue for you in the next hour as this storm moves northeast at 40 miles per hour. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley trying to see into the rain wrap circulation up here near Talco and Bogota. Again, this thing is wrapped in heavy rain. And then the circulation southwest of Idabel, Oklahoma, approaching Highway 259, moving out of Red River County, Texas, into McCurtain County, Oklahoma. Idabel down to Harris, Oklahoma on Highway 259. You need to take shelter now. An imminent threat of a tornado in your proximity over the next 20 minutes. Back southwest we go. Let's take a look at this storm near Lindale again. Nasty straight line winds east of Van. Winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Likely on Highway 69 right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
From Mineola to Lindale, nasty winds on Highway 69 right now. As this circulation continues to move northeast, we could see it tighten up. There may be a tornado in here, too. It's a pretty broad area of rotation, but we see a little circulation there just south of Mineola. We see a second one near Lindale. Which one of these ends up being king, we'll see. But if any of them tighten up, either one, or perhaps even both, have the potential of producing a tornado at any time. That one just north of Lindale, for example, on the latest scan I'm looking at, tightened up a bit. So that could be becoming a dominant circulation. We could have a tornado develop at any time with this storm. For what it's worth, this Lindale storm is 60,000 feet tall. Commercial airliners typically fly from about 30,000 to 41,000 feet. Those of you with aviation interest, I'm sorry, I'll use flight levels. Flight level 300 up to flight level 410. Your business jets can go 450-ish. Some even go up to flight level 500, but I'm digressing because it's what I do. So, let's stop digressing. Let's go back to the how hard it's raining mode. Let's check in on the Fort Worth radar. All right. Any indications of circulations with this blob over Van Zandt County? No, we do not see any strong low-level rotation with that. That's good news. Let's go back south. Make sure we're not missing anything in the Brazos Valley. So far, so good. Seeing a couple of these little blobs pop up from Oakwood to Elkhart to, let's reset the radar because I broke it mode. And so far, minus that one little blip earlier where my whole computer crashed, this new streaming program seems to be doing pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. All right, so Lindale, you see that circulation tightening up just north of Lindale? I don't like the looks of that. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that as it moves north. Let me see if this is moving more northeast or north-northeast. Okay, it's moving more like, not like that, like this right now. So that would place Haynesville under the threat. Highway 154, east of Quitman, west of Gilmer under threat. And eventually, it may move towards Pittsburgh. So, let's zoom out. And by the way, nasty straight line winds west of Lindale. 80 mile an hour winds in this circulation. So even if we don't have a tornado, y'all east of Van to Highway 69, south of Mineola to Lindale, north of I-20, are just getting walloped with heavy rain, hail, and wind. All right, let's go back to Talco. You can see this nasty thunderstorm. That's the one meteorologist Jason Cooley's looking at, completely and utterly wrapped in heavy rain. You can see, I mean, it's rotating, but this isn't a clear-cut, tight circulation. It's broad, like the storm down near Lindale. which makes sense. These are very high precipitation supercells now. You can't see any well-defined hook echoes. They've kind of almost evolved into small linear line segments, but they're definitely still supercellular. It's just not as organized. When I talked about earlier how sometimes storms, if they get too clustered, they can sometimes fight each other for dominance of the local environment, and that can cause them not to be as organized as they could be. That's not to say they're not organized. They're organized. They're producing damaging wind, hail, probably tornadoes, but not your classic nastiness. Watching circulation move out of Red River County, well northeast Clarksville, towards Idabel and Harris, Oklahoma, on Highway 259. That storm has the potential of producing a tornado as it moves towards Highway 259 in McKern County from near Idabel to Harris and maybe Hallworth eventually, Oklahoma. That's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. This storm near Talco, big old windbag. Potentially a tornado in here, but very heavy rain. As it moves off to the northeast, towards Avery, Anona, Clarksville. Potential for heavy rain. Even some hail. And maybe a tornado. Back south, this thing near Lindale. You know, for as blobby as this thing looks right now, this really has the looks of a nasty high precipitation supercell. It may not be super duper organized right now in the sense of, you know, a really strong circulation, but I just don't like the way there's nothing really southeast of it. Notice this thing's kind of almost by itself. Yes, it does have a line segment to its southwest, but if this thing's able to push east at all and get just east of that, the potential will certainly increase that this could put down a nasty tornado. But for now, a lot of wind on the backside of this storm, a lot of lightning in Lindale, very heavy rain with flooding. So those of you in Mineola, I think Mineola, you're probably going to be okay. This is going just to your east, but do not go east at all. And Mineola, even then, you know, you're not totally out of the woods with this. Hawkins, you could have a problem. And we could have a circulation or tornado develop anywhere from just east of Mineola all the way over towards west of Hawkins. There's a lot of wind energy in this storm. We're just waiting to see what it eventually ends up doing. For example, you can see that circulation west of Hawkins coming up onto Highway 180. In fact, you could see it get just a little stronger there. We're going to have to watch it carefully. That could end up tightening into a circulation and producing our next tornado. Thereafter, this is going to move up towards probably just west of Gilmer, Pittsburgh, and Betty. This will pose a direct threat to Highway 271. That's what this storm track is, the next hour. All right. Here's what I'm going to do real quick. I am going to quickly, give me 25 seconds. I'm going to go grab myself a drink, and I'm going to be right back. So give me just 25 seconds. We're not going anywhere. We're just going to go grab a drink, and I will be right back. All right, I am back. Another element of this new program we're using I enjoy is the ability to pause on fun little screens like that. Hello! All right, we're back. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, Chelsea Burnett. We got a lot of our chasers out. Some are chasing up in Arkansas this evening. We have multiple chasing in Texas. Let's get back to it. This cup can go sit over here. This can sit over there. This can sit here. This can sit here. And because 4 desks aren't enough, I'll need more later. All right, what I am definitely going to watch for is if we're going to start seeing this hook echo east of Lindale try to wrap around. I think this thing's trying to organize, but it's in a state of reorganization right now. All right, let's go north. Let's take a look at this thing northeast of Talco. If you're on Highway 271, Bogota, you're clear. Talco, you're clear. Mount Pleasant, you're clear. Mount Vernon, you're clear. DePort, you're clear. Clarksville, you're clear. Red River County, northern Red River County. Northeast of Clarksville, that storm is now in Oklahoma. You're clear for now. Can't rule out more storms. Back southwest, Mount Pleasant, you're doing okay for now. This storm near Lindale with hail, wind, a possible rain wrap tornado is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This storm is moving towards Highway 154, Gilmer, Betty, and Pittsburgh over the next 60 minutes, which means in about an hour, this storm is going to be near or just east of Highway 271 near Gilmer to Pittsburgh. After that, those of you downstream, and yeah, this is probably going to be one of these long track supercells, which means everyone downstream of this for hours. Hey, be nice. There we go. Thank you. Downstream of this for hours needs to pay attention. If you're in this area of doom I've circled, congratulations, you're in the circle of doom. You better be paying attention to this big, bad, very mad storm, because it's not going to die out in all likelihood, and it could be producing tornadoes halfway into the night in southern Arkansas later, which means, guess what? It's going to ride up Highway 155 most of the evening, meaning places like Gilmer, Ore City, Lone Star, Dangerfield, Naples, Douglasville, Maud, Linden, Jefferson, Atlanta, Domino, Texarkana even, in the next 2 to 3 hours, you could be dealing with this storm, and it may be producing tornadoes. Here's a view from it from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Guess what? Here's what the storm looks like. It is a big rain-wrapped wind machine right now. You are not going to see anything resembling a tornado unless it hits you, and the only reason you're going to see it is if by chance it throws a 2x4 at you. This is what it looks like. It is wrapped in so much heavy rain and hail that it is not recognizable. It just looks like a big old nasty windstorm. And by the way, it's probably dropping enough rain and hail to flood things. So, I'll tell you what, this thing's organizing northeast of Lindale. I don't like how we're starting to see, I just wouldn't be shocked if we saw circulation start intensifying northeast of Lindale. It's moving slowly. The parent storm is barely moving, but other cells are forming in its forward flank and essentially being eaten by the parent updraft, which is making it blob-like. So, here, let me loop this real quick. This may crash my program, but I kind of want to show you what this is doing. See how the storm itself is kind of moving east-northeast, but it just so many other little thunderstorms are forming in its forward flank and southern flank here. It almost looks like it's just sitting still. This also has the effect of dropping a ridiculous amount of heavy rain. So we're probably looking at some rain totals over 5 inches from Mineola to Lindale to west of Hawkins. Significant flooding potential, for sure. But it also makes trying to form any low-level circulations more difficult, which for it and y'all is a good thing. We don't want that. This is probably saving us from having a pretty nasty tornado. But there's still maybe spin-ups in here. We still have damaging winds, and we still probably could have tornadoes in here. It's just we're not seeing, long-duration nasty circulations. All right, we'll go back to this. Apologies for the color table nightmare. So here's the storm northeast of Avery, southwest of Avery, moving northeast. As it continues to do so, those of you in Avery to DeKalb need to keep a close eye on this. The potential, just like the storm farther south, that there could be a rain-wrapped tornado, that there could be some damaging winds. There's definitely heavy rain and some hail. I hope you're able to tell by the difference in my demeanor from earlier that we're dealing with a bit of a different situation right now. Yes, we have dangerous weather, but we don't have the confidence that, we have a big, bad, very mad tornado with this right now. I bet there probably is, honestly, small tornadoes being generated by these storms right now in southeastern Red River County and in Wood County, knocking down trees, probably causing damage, but I do not have a way to definitively show you that in real time. One of the issues here is we're looking at 7,000 to 10,000 feet above the ground. We're looking above where any tornadoes or low-level circulations would be. We're looking in the mid-levels of these storms, so I cannot give you that specific, finite look at the circulations. For example, earlier, southwest of Clarksville, the radar didn't look that good, and then suddenly we start getting pictures of this big, bad tornado, and suddenly, whoop, debris lofted 10,000 feet on the radar. So, unfortunately, y'all are at a disadvantage out here. And I wish there was a radar up in, like, Paris, Texas, or somewhere up in this area that would give us a better low-level look at this. But that's not going to happen, I'm afraid. I mean, unless some of y'all have a couple $1 million you want to collect and, actually let the information be disseminated publicly versus a private enterprise, which is where most of the radars nowadays are being built by, or who are being built by. And, well, I'm afraid we don't have tens of thousands of dollars to spend on contracts to show you that right now. So, all right, I'm going to drink some water real quick. Yeah, I have a big water bottle. It's a gallon. Those of you who are around here in July and August know why that's a nice thing to have. All right. So let's get back to it. I think we're down to 2 storms we're dealing with in Texas right now with tornado warnings, though I note this stuff down here near Elkhart may change that in the next hour. So, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 4:26 p.m. here on Friday the 4th of April, 2025, in the midst of a severe weather event and tornado event in the Arklatex. We are monitoring a couple of thunderstorms capable of producing severe weather and tornadoes. Storm 1 is this storm near Hawkins, moving off to the northeast. In fact, I'll put a storm track on this. This is going to be crossing Highway 154 on the Wood-Upshur County line, west of Gilmer, at about 4:50 p.m. This will be crossing very near Betty, south of Pittsburgh, north of Gilmer, at about 5:15 p.m. That means, based on extrapolation, this dangerous thunderstorm will be crossing near Lone Star to Dangerfield at 5:40 p.m. That means y'all out ahead of this better start getting ready, because this storm's probably not going anywhere. We could see a bit of an intensifying circulation west of Hawkins again. Nothing that screams uh-oh yet, but definitely the potential for a problem. Well, that might scream uh-oh. I don't like the look of that right there. It's kind of in that little fog zone, or purple haze zone. We got winds moving towards the radar about 50, winds moving away at about 50, so we're seeing a pocket of about 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear west of Hawkins right now on Highway 80, about 4 miles west of Hawkins. That's moving northeast. That will cross Highway 154 about 8 to 10 miles west of Gilmer. After that, It's moving right towards the community of Betty, which is on Highway 271, about 5 miles north of Gilmer. Nevertheless, this will be close enough to Gilmer, where folks in Gilmer are going to need to be in a safe place, and y'all eventually will be under a tornado warning. We don't have any debris being lofted, but there's definitely an increasing circulation, probably the best one we've seen out of the storm in the last 30 minutes or so. All right, let's go back north, and let's make sure that, you see, this one's starting to intensify, too. You see how sometimes these things just start getting on the same time cycle? Starting to see a more impressive hook echo out of this thing, coming up to Avery. There's your inflow. And then you've got your huge rear flank downdraft here, and in fact, your huge flanking line southwest of the circulation. And with that, I just don't like the looks of what we're starting to see coming up on Avery. I'll tell you that. So Avery, y'all need to be in a safe place. This thing is trying its darndest to ramp up as it approaches Highway 82. So Avery, you need to be in your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, all right? This thing could have a tornado down with it, and we're not going to have the greatest look, but I don't like this. Look how that hook is starting to wrap around. We're looking at 8,000 feet, but even with that, we're seeing the mid-level mesocyclone. So those of you in Avery, seriously now, we're starting to get back into the uh-oh dad voice again. Y'all need to be in a safe place, seriously. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I do not like how this is organizing. That broad circulation is tightening up. We're seeing it just like the skater effect. You bring you bring your arms in, you're able to rotate more quickly, ice skating or whatever. Same principle applies with these circulations, and that's why when you start to go from a broad circulation to one that tightens up, you get bright green against bright red, we have problems. So that is why, hi mouse, concern levels increasing. So those of you in Avery need to be in a safe place. This will be in town in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we definitely have a lot of straight line wind. And I really don't like how this is organizing. This is intensifying now. Just like the one to the south looked like it. So those of you in Avery, please be in shelter. Those of you southwest of Avery and south to Lydia, please be in shelter. Guess what? Same thing for this thing near Hawkins. Circulation starting to get a little stronger here again. We're starting to be able to show you more definitive details here, and that's not a good thing. There's your circulation. Winds in the colors in the red, pink, moving away from the radar at about 70 miles an hour. In the green, moving towards it about 20. So we're up to a 90 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear here. And tornado debris signature. Okay, we've got a tornado down now. So there we go. We now have a confirmed tornado just west of Hawkins, moving northeast. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado. That is tornado debris signature right there, west of Hawkins. So again, we now have a confirmed tornado doing damage, lofting debris. This is going to be near County Road 3420, County Road 3419, just west of Hawkins. This is going to be coming up to the north sides of Hawkins. County Road 3420 north of Hawkins, County Road 3540. This is now a confirmed tornado doing damage. We have debris being lofted. That little green donut in the sea of red, that is the radar detecting items that are not similar shapes and sizes. Raindrops and hailstones within a small area, typically about the same size and shape. Debris is all sorts of shapes, and that is the debris tracker telling us we have debris being lofted by a tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Just west-northwest of Hawkins, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be moving towards Gilmer and Betty. So everyone in eastern portions of Wood County, western Upshur County, this is now a tornado down. This is a tornado on the ground. By definition, a tornado is on the ground. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, that green dot there, that is the radar telling us we have debris being lofted In this case, it's being lofted 6,000 feet. So this could be a strong tornado. So this is going to be a tornado down now, doing damage. We got winds moving away from the radar at 70, winds moving towards the radar at about 35, 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear. This is a tornado doing damage. All right, let's get back up towards Avery real quick. We're going to be right back down here. Avery, we need you to be in a safe place. Idabel, Oklahoma to Hallworth, Oklahoma. Same thing, but Avery, this thing's getting tired and it ticks behind. This could put a tornado down any point. No debris signature, but we're so far from the radar, we're not going to see one. Those of you in Avery and Anona, please be in a safe place in a sturdy site-built structure. That'll be the lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. And a helmet if you got them handy. If not, just get to a safe place if you're in Anona and Avery in eastern Red River County. Those of you from DeKalb north to the Red River on Highway 259, you're going to need to be in a safe place too. This will stay probably west of DeKalb, but will cross Highway 259 north of DeKalb. Okay, let's go back south. That tornado debris continues, not as strong. Crossed County Road 3480, coming up to County Road 3540. There's your tornado right there. There's the which way the wind is blowing mode. There's your latest velocity couplet. You can see we got winds moving away from the radar now. Once it shows me. Winds moving away about 71 miles an hour. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 45.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Little River and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, and Red River County in Texas.
So this is a confirmed tornado about 2 miles northwest of Hawkins in eastern Wood County, moving northeast towards Highway 154. And again, this is pretty impressive indications now. High precip supercell. You can see how, looking at the how hard it's raining mode, there's your inflow notch, your rear flank downdraft. Tornado right there. So again, that is a tornado down, doing damage just north of Hawkins. That's going to be moving northeast. That'll cross Highway 154. Right up near the Wood-Upshur County line. So if you're west of Gilmer, anywhere from just west of the city of Gilmer all the way to East Equipment, we need you to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. No travel on Highway 154, East Equipment, west of Gilmer. This is going to pose a direct threat to Highway 271 from Pittsburgh south to near the community of Gilmer, including Betty. All right? So that's a tornado that's down. We have two storms we're dealing with. You can see that velocity is getting even stronger. We could have a pretty nasty tornado develop here. Well, it's already developed, but we could see another one develop. Keeping an eye on this storm developing near Palestine, that could become a supercell as it moves towards Jacksonville and Bullard in the next hour. Up here, that's a new tornado warning. Avery, I cannot tell you how much you need to be in shelter right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Camp, Marion, Morris, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Okay, so here's your inflow notch, and that was a tornado warning for the storm we were just talking about. We'll be back to it in a moment. Here's your inflow notch. Air being sucked in. Here's your outflow, rear flank downdraft. Nasty wind. Could be a tornado crossing Highway 82, very near Avery right now. That is where meteorologist Jason Cooley is located. If there's a tornado, it is likely wrapped in very heavy rain, hail, and strong wind. But again, there could easily be a tornado near Avery right now, and we need folks in Avery, Highway 82, from Anona to DeKalb, to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got time. If not, that's okay. Just go into a safe place. We've got a dangerous storm that will be crossing Highway 259 center room into far southeastern Oklahoma, and southwestern Arkansas. All right, so that's Storm 1. Here's Storm 2. We just got an update on this. Very nasty circulation continues. This thunderstorm has a tornado with it in the last few minutes. We've seen damage, or excuse me, we've seen debris being lofted. Debris is still being lofted. It's your green donut, a little more pronounced again, right there. County Road 3540 in far eastern Wood County, north of Hawkins. This is going to be north of Hawkins by about, let's see, probably 5 miles now, north of Hawkins, moving off to the northeast into western Upshur County. Those of you in Gilmer, Betty, Pittsburgh, Canton, Lone Star, Ore City, and Daggerfield. Heads up, this thing is getting really nasty now. Velocities continue to increase. Wind 100 miles an hour away, 60 towards. We now have a broad but very dangerous circulation of 160 miles per hour. If this continues, this thing is going to put down a wedge tornado. Does that matter? No. It's a tornado, but it's probably going to be a really strong one. So be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are north of Hawkins, north of Big Sandy, in Gilmer, all the way west to Highway 80, or all the way west on 154 to East Equipment. All right, this thing's got more attitude than I do, and I've got a pretty good attitude, especially now that it's Celsius time. All right, we need you to please be in a safe place. I'm not saying that to scare the bejesus out of you. I'm just scaring you. I probably am scaring you, but in this case, this thing could become, this is not good. I'll just tell you now, this thing's probably about to become one of these nasty long track tornadoes. Okay? So, it's that kind of a day. You need to be in a safe place. Gilmer west on Highway 154. Gilmer up Highway 271 to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, no one and their mama better be on Highway 11 from Dangerfield to Winsboro. If you're in Pittsburgh, Dangerfield, Lone Star, you got time. If you're in a mobile home trailer, move now to a safe, sturdy building. Same thing goes. Dangerfield to Douglasville to Naples to Maud. Eventually, this may go towards Texarkana. Look, I'll be honest. This thing could keep producing tornadoes for hours. Not the same tornado, hopefully, but tornadoes. Everyone and their mama, where this thing is going over the next few hours, you need to start planning. If you're in a mobile home in places like Pittsburgh, Lone Star, Ore City, Maud, New Boston, Atlanta, Texarkana, you've got time. Start thinking about and consider going to a safe place. A sturdy site-built structure, a shelter, a public shelter, restaurant, hotel, gas station, anywhere that's got sturdy site-built structure if you live in a mobile home or trailer. We don't want folks in vehicles, RVs, campsites, God forbid a campsite. Just need to start planning and get ready. And we don't give out those kind of warnings very often, but we are today. Because this could be one of these long-lived supercells that is with us until it's in Arkansas in a few hours. Sorry, I had to reset the software. Now, let's go back north. Let's take a look at this northern storm. I don't like this northern storm. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is dropping south for the storm that is farther south. We'll go ahead and come back to this. Some buttons here. Sorry. ADHD brain. All right. So Avery, if there's a tornado, oh mamas, it is very near Avery right now. This storm looks nasty. We don't have any debris signature, but we're looking about 7,000 feet above the ground here. So Avery, after Avery, this storm continues moving northeast at 40. This will be crossing Highway 259 north of DeKalb. DeKalb, you're on the southern edge of this, but be ready. You're still going to get strong winds on the south side of the circulation. Those of you, and then this will be crossing the Red River into Arkansas and Oklahoma. Hawkins, north of Hawkins, what could be a large, dangerous tornado now with a debris signature is now moving into Upshur County from Wood County. Velocity continues to increase. We now have winds of, excuse me, let me get rid of that. We got winds moving away from the radar at 90 miles an hour. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 57 to 60, so 150 mile an hour shear. But notice, this is over about a 2-mile area. Guess what? We still have a tornado here, but it's not that super tight gate to gate. But if we go with the skater analogy and that tightens up, this thing could put down a really unpleasant tornado. I mean, tornadoes themselves are unpleasant, but let me define that in a more scientific, articulated way. It could be a strong, big tornado. Here's your latest scan. You can see we still have very strong velocities. They're getting tighter now, which means the potential for a significant tornado is increasing. As this moves into Upshur County, we've got winds moving away from the radar at now 95 miles an hour. We got winds moving towards the radar at 62, so what? About 160 mile an hour gate to gate, 150? Not good. Rotation continues to increase. The reflectivity is classic for that of a high precipitation tornadic supercell. This is your bear's cage here, filled with rain and hail. This is a very, very rain-wrapped tornado, and it has likely, it's not good. So this is going to be moving north-northeast. Now, unless something drastic changes, this will stay west of Gilmer. But this is going to be crossing Highway 154 about 8 to 9 miles west of Gilmer. Let me show you. I'm going to put a marker where I think this is going. Moving like this right now. That being said, this could easily turn more northeast. But we got problems. So those of you in Pittsburgh, those of you in Betty, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets. Sorry, I've had to. Oh, Fred's got me dinner, but it is not dinner time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that is not good. All right, folks, I really hate to say it, but it appears we do have what could be a strong to violent tornado now developing in western Upshur County. I don't say that to scare you. I'm just being blatantly honest. Winds are moving towards the radar at 100 miles an hour. Winds are moving away from the radar at 90 miles an hour. About 190 mile an hour shear. Folks, I need to emphasize the severity of what is transpiring here. In all likelihood, we have what is becoming an extremely large, destructive tornado developing in western Upshur County. This is the kind of tornado that, if you are in a mobile home, it will obliterate it. This will pose a direct threat to your life and safety if you do not take immediate tornado safety precautions. If you are in a sturdy site-built structure, you need to get as low as you can get. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on hard sole shoes and put on helmets to protect your heads. This may be a long track destructive tornado developing 8 to 10 miles west of Gilmer. This will be crossing Highway 154 in a matter of moments as it moves northeast at 40 miles per hour. As this tornado moves northeast, it will likely result in trees blocking Highway 154. We'll get a new radar scan in just a moment. Now, I hope in the subsequent scans it goes away. It's a little weaker, this scan, but it's still quite strong. Those of you from Gilmer west on Highway 154 in Upshur County, north of Big Sandy, please be in a safe place. Those of you downstream from this, Pittsburgh, Dangerfield to Lone Star, you have about 45 to 60 minutes based on the current, well, the problem is, that says 25, that says 44. Which is it? All right, let's do this. That storm track's too slow. We're going to draw our own. We're going to give this thing a respectable amount of space. We're going to draw it like this. I'm going to draw it at 50 miles an hour. And that's going to give us time. If this continues, Pittsburgh, this could be approaching town by 5:10 to 5:15 p.m. I just don't think it's moving that fast, though. Let's do this. Let's do 45. I'm probably just, I just don't want this getting to somewhere sooner than I say. Pittsburgh, about 5:10 to 5:15. Lone Star, about 5:25 to 5:30. Dangerfield, about 5:30. If it continues, Naples, 5:45. Marietta, Texas, 5:50, approaching Maud and Douglasville by 6 to 6:10 p.m. This is a long-lived supercell producing a tornado wrapped in so much rain and hail you will not see it. Now, let me show you a different view real quick. Here's storm chasers Alex Bartholomew and Chelsea Burnett. This is Chelsea Burnett's stream. They are in Gilmer, Texas. So they are downstream of this. Notice the only thing they can see is heavy rain and hail. So, again, those of you in Gilmer to Pittsburgh, west of Gilmer to Betty, on Highway 271 between Gilmer and Pittsburgh, and on Highway 154 west of Gilmer, and everywhere in between in northwestern Upshur County, you need to be in a safe place now. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm, and you are in a life-threatening situation. I'll read the text from the Weather Service. At 4:46 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Rosewood, 10 miles west of Gilmer, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Rosewood around 4:50, Canton around 5:20. This tornado warning includes Roeder, Rocky Mount, Harvard, Lafayette, Perryville, Centerpoint, Holly Springs, Betty, Midway, and Grice. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. All right? Watching this storm near Palestine, it's starting to organize a little, showing some mid-level rotation. If it continues, that could be a candidate for an uh-oh down the road. Avery, this storm is past you. This is now on Highway 259 north of DeKalb. Avery, you're clear. DeKalb north on Highway 259 into Oklahoma. Please remain in a safe place. You'll be fine by 5:05 p.m. Far northeastern portions of northern portions of Bowie County. Stay sheltered north and northeast of DeKalb until 5:05, and then that storm will be past you. Gilmer and west, not the same story. Again, we're watching a broad but extremely strong circulation that is capable of putting a nasty tornado back down at any point, assuming there's not one now. And there very well may be. Let's take a look. Why is this not letting me measure? Okay, seriously, why is this not letting me stop it? Oh, because it's being a derp. There we go, thank you. Here's the latest velocity, the which way the wind is blowing mode. We have winds moving away from the radar at 80 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar at 80 miles an hour. That's 160 mile an hour rotation with this storm over about a 2-mile region. This circulation may have turned a little east. It turned right. Yeah, this thing turned right. Remember earlier I was saying it was going to go right on the county line? Here's what it did. It was moving like this. Oh, excuse me. It was moving like this and took a right because it was north of Hawkins earlier. It was over here. So it turned right, which is a sign of intensification, which isn't a surprise. But again, we have a very dangerous thunderstorm. And this is the only storm we're really having to monitor right now. It probably won't stay that way. This one north of DeKalb has a definite inflow hook notch, and it's dangerous looking, but it is by far this storm west of Gilmer I'm most worried about right now. We're going to have to watch these storms developing farther south, though. This one northeast of Palestine on 79, southwest of Jacksonville, is showing rotation, but for now, it is weak. And that storm is still in its infancy. If it matures and becomes one of these big, bad, very mad supercells, well, that's probably going to change. I think this is almost the nudger theory, where you have so many of these small storms being ingested by this parent supercell. I think the nudger theory may have kick-started this circulation. So let me show you what we're looking at on the velocity mode, because that's the best way to see this. This is all inflow, reds, into the circulation. This is all warm, unstable air being sucked into this massive high precipitation supercell. These blue and greens, these are your rear flank downdrafts. Broad but very strong circulation dropping at least brief tornadoes west of Gilmer. If we get this thing to go gate to gate again with those bright blues against the bright pinks or oranges and it's pixel to pixel, that's when you know we've taken that bring your arm in theory and we spun that circulation up another notch and we've got problems. As it stands now, this has been producing off and on tornadoes the last 20 minutes. I don't think the tornado's probably been down the whole time, but it may be. It's a pretty strong circulation. So my energy drink tries to explode and cover the office and, well, I'm not going to finish that, but it would have been an unpleasant cleanup situation. All right, so let's talk about where this storm is going. The Weather Service has this moving northeast at 45. The radar has it moving northeast at 30. I'm going to go with 45 because at least that gives us a better sense of the timing element on this. Let's do this, and it definitely turned a bit more right, which isn't good because it means it's probably intensifying, and that just did on the latest scan. You're going to see that here in just a second. Here, I'm going to turn this off real quick. Lone Star, 525. Daigerfield, 530. Pittsburgh, this may stay south of you now, but still, it's going to be crossing Highway 271 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, Naples to Marietta, 540 to 550. This would be approaching Douglasville around 6. Maud, about 6:15. And understand, if this continues, this could pose a direct threat to the city of Texarkana by 7 p.m. And this is one of these long-track supercells that could easily do that. All right. Radar back on. And while we have it, see, it's doing it again. Winds moving towards the radar at 95. Winds moving away from the radar, or inflow into this at about 70. So notice the inflow weakened a bit. We'll see if that's a trend here or not, but we don't have a debris signature. We have a very strong circulation. You can see for sure we have that inflow notch. That's your inflow. It's just a very high precipitation supercell. So the hook itself just looks like an entire hail and precip core. In fact, if you want me to show you what that looks like, here is a look from Storm Chasers, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew. They're in Gilmer. They're on, well, I'm sure you locals know. Look, it's just a high precipitation blob. You could see it moving, though. You could see the clouds above them moving from left to right. Notice the clouds in the background moving from right to left. This circulation, if there's a tornado in there, and there probably is definitely wrapped in heavy rain and hail. I'm going to try really quick to get their feed. Set up on here. Just a second. So again, those of you in Gilmer, west and north of Gilmer, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. So you can see that circulation a little weaker now, but as we go back to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that the hook itself is becoming more evident, which is not good. That likely indicates we're starting to see that that circulation intensify further again. So we're going to have to watch it carefully. I'm trying to get the chase location set up on here so I can show you specifically what I'm trying to show you. I'm almost there. I'm actually using a new program for the first time today, so sorry, but I'm figuring it out. All right, I think we're ready. This is going to be Storm Chasers, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. They're in Gilmer. They're looking at this storm. It is wrapped in so much rain, hail, and, well, nonsense. You're not going to see anything. We'll zoom out. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. Still watching that thing southwest of Jacksonville. Nothing imminent with that. What is that? Is that just radar being radar-y, or do we have something near Big Sandy? I don't think so. This thing northwest of Gilmer is not looking good. It remains very dangerous. As you can see, this is your hook echo here. This is your inflow region here. The which way the wind is blowing mode. And as you can see, this thing's got an attitude. I mean, the wind's blowing into the storm at this point. 75 miles an hour. Wind's moving away 75 to 80 miles an hour. It's not good. That is a nasty, nasty looking supercell. For sure. Well, let's go back. Let's take a look at the storm up north. All right, DeKalb, you're clear. This storm is now in far southeastern Oklahoma, up north. moving towards Tom, Oklahoma, and Foreman, Arkansas. So DeKalb, you're clear. Avery, you're clear. No other storms in your immediate future. We're going to have to watch this storm coming up from the south, though, moving generally towards Texarkana over the next 3 hours. And we have new storms starting to develop back southwest towards Jacksonville and Tyler with heavy rain, small hail, and probably some potential for becoming more organized. That's video in the top right is from storm chasers Chelsea Burnett and Alex Bartholomew. They're in Gilmer. They're trying to get a look at this thing. But so far, it is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. You can see, if 154, you're clear. This is north of 154 now. This is moving towards Highway 271, very near 271 right now, which is what they're on. Let's see if they see anything. Another thing to watch for is that those lights at the gas station start to flicker. We still good on audio? Make sure we're good. We're good. So we're just watching. Let's quickly, and again, this is what the circulation looks like. The how hard a training boat. That hook is well evident now. Chelsea and Alex are in Betty. So let's take a look at their feed. Full screen. So again, they're in Betty, Texas. What we're going to be watching for, and they're going to have to be real careful. Look at those clouds moving. From right to left. So again, if there's a tornado here, it is wrapped in heavy rain and it is wrapped in hail. They have to be really careful here. And they are. They're trained. They've been doing this a long, long time. And we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to bring this over here and put it on a monitor to where we can get this full screen real quick if we need to. But again, they are right here. I'll draw it. They're about right here. Looking back at the velocity mode, you can see they are in the inflow region. You can see their video just cut out. It should be back in a second. From Chelsea Burnett and Alex Bartholomew. No debris signature at this point. Gilmer, this is going to your north. The wind is hitting Gilmer, but the circulation and possible tornado are going to your north. I will say the velocity has come down a bit, but it is still there. That greenage is quite intense. They're probably looking into the circulation. We'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, the good news is the circulation's coming down in intensity, but we do note it has become more concise in that process. Whatever is in there is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. This is the how hard it's raining mode. This is the which way the wind is blowing mode. Wind's moving away, or moving towards the radar at 80 miles an hour. Wind's moving away at about 25 to 30. Whatever is in there is likely wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. Alex Bartholomew and Chelsea Burnett, it's Chelsea's live stream, report powers flickering where they are, which makes sense. Even if we don't have a tornado, we likely have some very strong winds. We'll go back to this full screen, and again, they're in Betty, Texas, on Highway 271, doing what you shouldn't be doing. They're trained. They have escape options. Their escape option is to go north. They're going to be looking south into the circulation. What I'm interested to see is right of those trees. It's either right in front of them or it's going to be straight ahead of them and to the right. But again, it is likely wrapped in heavy rain and hail. What you're looking at there is a shroud of rain surrounding a strong circulation and probably a tornado back in the rain there. This is a circulation that will be crossing Highway 271 in just a moment, with the potential of a rain-wrapped tornado. Again, if our chasers can't see it and they're looking in the bear's cage of this thing, what makes you think you're going to see it? You can see some very nasty lightning. You can see very heavy rain. Not much wind at their location right now. But we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on it. Let's go back to the radar here. Here's the which way the wind is blowing mode. Again, we have no other storms in Texas right now capable of producing tornadoes. So that's why we're spending a little extra time looking at this stream here. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see very impressive hook echo here, wrapped in very, very heavy rain. Your inflow region, very high precipitation supercell, rear flank downdraft, winds on the back side of the storm. And again, if there's a tornado, it is back in here right near Betty. And they are in Betty right now. We'll zoom in. And here's Betty. Betty is right under where the circulation is indicated on radar. Betty is right here. Actually, it's a little farther south, according to my map. All right, what is that? You see that? Betty is about right here. All right, that might be it right there. What is that? We'd be looking for strong ground motion. You can see power just flickered there. We'd be looking for debris. But what we're looking for is, you see that extreme rising motion in that cloud up there to the right of the Valero side. What we're going to be looking for is any debris, any power flashes. Power's still on there. That's a good omen. But again, our storm chasers, Chelsea Burnett and Alex Bartholomew, they are in Betty on Highway 271, north of Gilmer. And we're looking to see if we're about to see a tornado. Again, it is probably completely wrapped in very heavy rain. So I don't think they're going to see it. But that might have been it. They're starting to get the rear flank downdraft winds there. Notice the wind increasing. I'm hoping they're going to get on the other side of this gas station and see what that was. All right, do we see anything? That's a school bus with kids on it. That's not what I like to see there. There's the NSSL, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, doing measurements next to a school bus with that white blinky light on, which indicates it could have kids on it, which there better not be. I'd have some choice words for why we have kids out in this, but what do I know? I've just been doing this 15 years. All right, so that might have been the circulation. Let's zoom out. That's from Storm Chasers Chelsea Burnett, her live stream, and Alex Bartholomew. All right, let's look. We have a storm that is up in Oklahoma now. We're starting to see a little rotation with this thing east of DeKalb and west of New Boston. And we'll have to see if that starts to intensify. There is some weak rotation with that. But for now, the only storm in Texas capable of producing a tornado is near Betty, or just east of Betty. That's going to be northeast of Gilmer. Gilmer, you're fine. This is staying north of you. You've got some strong winds and heavy rain. This is near or just east of Betty. We're starting to see the circulation intensify again, but it's still broad. It's having issues tightening up. We got winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport at about 80 miles an hour. We have winds moving away again at about 90. So this circulation, the problem is, well, let me rephrase why I'm not thinking it could be super problematic this second. We're looking at 5,000 feet. but we're also looking over like 3 miles. There's definitely some very strong wind here. And notice that green hue they just saw is gone. So it's moving away from them now off to the east. And they're going to get into the hail now there in Betty. But again, that's one circulation. All right, let's go back here. Starting to see indications we might have a secondary circulation developing. This is circulation 1, but we might be starting to see a new circulation develop here on Highway 155. If that happens, we might see a handoff occur, and we might see a new circulation fire up a little southeast. We're going to have to wait and see. But that's something to watch for. All right, let's zoom out. Let's go back to radar. And while we have a couple minutes, let me go ahead and give a downstream warning. If you're west of Highway 271, you're clear from this storm. From Gilmer to Pittsburgh west, you're clear. If you are east of 271, including Highway 155, up towards Lone Star, Niagarafield, Naples, Marietta, you are in danger of this dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. So there's the short-term call-out. I'm going to turn everything off this radar real quick. I want to pull up the high-res rapid refresh model. I just want to give you all a sense of timing of what we're doing tonight. We're going to make this very quick, and then we're going to get back to the coverage. I'm going to probably have to turn some city labels off here, but let me pull up the HER from this afternoon. And the reason I'm going to do that is I want y'all to see what the expectation is going into tonight. I'm going to run this from, well, let me see how it's doing at 6 p.m. How we doing? Yeah, it's doing okay. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to run it through just, well, let's just do tomorrow evening. And real quick, I'm going to let that load. Getting reports of some wind damage in Betty. 65 mile an hour winds, tree damage. So here is what the HER model, high-res rapid refresh model, looks like going into tomorrow morning. Now this data's, let me let the data load. So notice this thing does develop some storms in central Texas at about 8 p.m. around Austin to San Antonio. Those could have hail, big hail. So I-35 in central and south central Texas, you could have hailers around sunset or shortly thereafter. Heads up. Storms in northeast Texas may continue through the late evening hours. In fact, take a look at how long it keeps that rain going. We could have a nasty flood situation evolve out here this evening. We still got heavy storms, now probably not a tornado threat, but hail and wind and major flooding around Texarkana to northeast Texas at 1 a.m. Notice we also have, by midnight, storms developing Permian Basin, Concho Valley, Edwards Plateau. Those develop into hailers. Big country, Concho Valley, hill country, 2 a.m., moving east. Oh, by the way, it's snowing in Dalhart up in the northwestern panhandle. Heavy rain, maybe some hail. Western North Texas, Texoma, North Texas, hill country, central Texas, 4 a.m. 6 a.m., it's storming in the Metroplex. Y'all are probably not getting out of this time. It may not be producing hail and wind. There might be some hail, but it's going to rain. Going up in the northeast Texas, more rain. Here's 8 a.m. Saturday. Guess what? Some strong storms, northeast Texas, east Texas, the Brazos Valley. 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon. Guess what? We're starting to see an uptick in storm intensity here at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, east Texas. And then we could have a line of severe storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, maybe a few tornadoes. Toledo Bend Reservoir, Piney Woods of East Texas tomorrow afternoon. Here's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, maybe a supercell on the north end of the Toledo Bend Reservoir there. Line of storms, Golden Triangle. Guess what? What I didn't show you, that's snow, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, into the big country. We could have 3 to 6 inches of snow in the Panhandle in West Texas tomorrow. Heavy, wet snow. Now, the roads are warm because it's April, so it may not stick efficiently to roads, but we're going to have a heavy, wet snow tomorrow afternoon and evening. Panhandle, West Texas, Permian Basin. Big country. All right. So there's the view. I'm going to let this play once. And we're going to get back to it. All right, so let's play a Texas view of what's going on right now. You can see we got rain, Panhandle, West Texas. We've got storms right now, Northeast Texas, several of which have had tornado issues this afternoon. And here at 5:20 p.m., we continue with tornado issues across the Arklatex and Northeast Texas. All right. So let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 5:20 p.m. here on Friday, the 4th of April, 2025, covering a severe weather outbreak in Northeast Texas. One tornado warning in the state right now. I don't know if it's going to stay that way, but this thing east of Highway 271 now coming up on 259 is intensifying again. You can see nasty wind with this. We got reports of trees down in Betty, Bettie, where we had storm chasers Chelsea Burnett and Alex Bartholomew. All right, I'm going to need to switch these back around again. So we've got winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport, probably about 75 miles an hour. Winds moving away about 60 to 70 west of Lone Star. Looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see well-defined hook echo. Is this thing moving more east now? Oh yeah, this thing took a right turn for sure. So this thing is moving directly towards Lone Star at this point. Which means Dingerfield to Lone Star, you need to be in a safe place, especially Lone Star on Highway 259. Rain wrap tornado, it's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. You may not, and that's okay. Just go ahead and move to a safe place.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles north of Betty in Upshur County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
All right, so here we're back with meteorologist Jason Cooley's live stream. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Now I can definitely say with certainty we've got two circulations here. We've got new hook developing just north of 155, maybe 2 miles west of 259. It's going to be southwest of Lone Star. We have one rain wrap circulation a little further west. This is the cyclic handoff process. And we definitely have this thing trying to develop a new circulation, a tornado. It's still pretty broad at this point, but strong. Anywhere along this little band moving towards Highway 259, Dingerfield, and Lone Star, and Hughes Springs. So I do suspect we're going to have a new tornado warning shortly that will include Cass and Morris counties. It'll include Hughes Springs, Marietta, probably Douglasville, maybe Linden, and Maud. If we don't have a tornado down, we've got a history now of damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, knocking down trees and power lines. We have hail, dime to golf ball size. And this storm continues to move northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Looks like Betty did get hit by probably a weak tornado. Have a lot of tree damage, a couple of even uprooted trees. Roof damage as well. Oh, wow, that tree fell on that house. Oh, no.
Okay, so that's from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew and Chelsea Burnett in Betty. So it does sound like we had something come through Betty. You heard him. Trees down on homes. We got trees down on 271. Some other damage there. So again, that could have been straight line winds or a tornado. It's northeast East Texas. You got to be always worried about trees coming down on homes and straight line winds. So, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 5:24 p.m. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, damaging straight line winds, dimed a ping pong ball size hail approaching Lone Star, Dingerfield to north of Ore City here on Highway 259. This storm's moving northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Sulphur Springs, it'll be there within the next 10 minutes or so. After that, Douglasville, Marietta, Linden, Avenger, you're under the threat. Eventually, Douglasville to Domino to Maud, Queen City, and eventually, if this storm continues, it may make it to Texarkana by 7 p.m. So, meteorologist Jason Cooley is approaching this thunderstorm from the north on Highway 259. He's in Dingerfield now, so he's about to have a view for this storm. He's not going to see a tornado. He's going to see them as a cyclone.
We got a few shots on our cameras. We're still trying to catch back up to the storm.
That was Alex Bartholomew. So I expect they're going to issue a new warning here shortly for Cass County, Morris County, and we'll see what comes of that. Tyler, it's storming, it's pouring. Lindale, Mineola, Hawkins, it's storming. There's nothing severe with this. You've got a flash flood warning until 7:15 p.m. There could be some small hail with these cells, but again, the only storm where you have a tornado warning for right now, or even a severe thunderstorm for in the state of Texas right now, is this supercell northeast of Gilmer. Gilmer, you're clear. Betty, you're clear. Pittsburgh, you're clear. This is a threat to Dingerfield, to Lone Star, to north of Ore City, moving towards Marietta, Douglasville, Sulphur Springs, Linden, Maud, Domino, and eventually Texarkana. All right. So let's zoom back out. Make sure we're not missing anything.
After that last scan,
So that's the good news is none of these other cells south of I-20 have shown any organization in the last hour and a half. You remember all these storms initially formed about 2 to 2:30 p.m. We went live at 2:40 p.m. with the first 5 tornado warnings in quick succession. And now we are doing pretty well. Get this mic a little out of my way. Hopefully I didn't break it. If I did, well, oh wow, technology hates me. So, the only storm we have right now is this one, or the only storm with a tornado warning is this one near Lone Star. Now, we're starting to see that new circulation kind of perk up just south of Lone Star, north of 155. Let me clean up the storm tracks on here a little bit. So here's the velocity. You can see, yeah, we've got velocity, we've got some wind here. We got winds moving into the storm at about 65 miles an hour. We got winds moving out of the storm at about 50. So still over 100 mile an hour shear, but it is not your classic, gate-to-gate velocity signature. Now, looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see we still clearly have a well-defined hook echo here. Here's your hook, and there's your new tornado warning. I don't know. I think they're going to have to issue that new warning a little further to the east, but you're going to hear it here in a second. Avenger, you're not in this new warning, but I think you should be. Let's develop a new circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie, Camp, Cass, Morris, Red River, Titus, and Upshur County in Texas.
Unless this takes a hard left, I think they probably need to issue one a little farther south. But here we go. We've got a tornado warning now until 6:30 p.m. Central Time. This is going to be for a pretty good list of counties. Northwestern Cass, southwestern Bowie, northeastern Upshur, Morris, southeastern Titus, eastern Camp, southeastern Red River counties until 6:30 p.m. At 5:25 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located northwest of Ore City, near Lone Star or east of Pittsburgh, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. Now, I'm going to use the velocity. I'm going to put where I think this probably is. And we're just going to do it this way. I'm going to do it a little right of what they had, because I think this is moving a little further to the east now. So this will be in, Hughes Springs about 5:40, Marietta about 5:55 to 6 p.m., Douglasville about 6:10 p.m., Maud about 6:20 p.m., Redwater about 6:30 p.m., Domino about 6:35 p.m. This would place it in Texarkana around 6:45 p.m. Right now, this should stay north of Linden, but it would still be crossing Highway 8 north of Linden around Douglasville, 6:05 to 6:10 p.m. Those of you in Lone Star, you need to be in shelter now. This thing's trying to put a tornado down right on town. That hook wrapping around is definitely concerning me, and it's starting to take on a pretty nasty-looking appearance. So, you can see the storm looking for meteorologist Jason Cooley. We'll take his stream full real quick. You can see that sculpted mesocyclone. You can see those bands from left to right being ingested into this parent supercell. Above it, you can see all those, it looks like a sculpted cake. That's what a supercell can look like at times, folks. They're actually very beautiful storms. We just don't like the fact they can produce tornadoes, and this one has a history of doing so. But now you might see why many of us go out into the open plains of the country and photograph these storms. You can see a very impressive positive-to-ground lightning strike there, indicating this thunderstorm remains extremely rambunctious, capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and yes, a tornado. A possible tornado located near Lone Star at this point, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see even almost a curl here. Wow, that's not a great omen, but you can see here, right there. So we might very well have a tornado developing or in progress near Lone Star right now. We're getting a new scan in. You'll see the radar update in just a moment. As that beam comes around, you'll see it go, whee! You can see Chase just getting pelted by lightning. Boy, that is a nasty hook on Lone Star. You can see the lightning is impressive. Jason's looking south from Daggerfield. I mean, just nuts so lightning. I mean, this thing's shooting out lightning bolts like nuts. It's a good thing it's pouring rain, otherwise this would be starting to heck of a lot of fires. Back on the velocity mode, you can see over Lone Star right now, that velocity is increasing with that hook wrapping around. We have winds moving into the circulation at about 70 miles an hour. We have winds moving away from the circulation, or out of the circulation at about 50. So we're about 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear again. Those of you in Lone Star, you better be in shelter because this thing's really trying hard to put a tornado down in town. Even if you don't get a tornado, you're going to get very strong straight-line winds. You can see crazy structure on this. You can watch the Storm Chaser feeds in full with their audio on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Circulation, Webb Road, Terry Street. Makes me want some Terry Black barbecue. Then you've got 259. It's going to be moving, once it's east of Lone Star, towards Jerusalem Road, Black Mountain Road, and then moving directly towards Hughes Springs. Hughes Springs, you are in direct path of this dangerous storm. Daggerfield, you need to be in shelter, but this will probably stay to your south. It's likely moving northeast, more towards Hughes Springs. And again, this could put or have a tornado down right now in Lone Star as it moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. There's the latest scan there. We'll switch over to the velocity mode. Not seeing any indications of a debris signature yet, which is good news. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. Dangerfield, noted. Switch back over the velocity. Here you go. You can still see pretty strong velocities here in the Lone Star area. Almost looks like the circulation's just sitting there. Definitely organizing. Definitely something to where we have gate to gate now. Notice bright pink against bright red. We got winds moving away from the radar in Shreveport at 45. Winds moving towards at about 45. So 90 mile an hour gate to gate shear. And then eventually, this may develop a new circulation further east. But very well could have a tornado now near Lone Star. Dangerfield, Hughes Springs. You need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We note the Storm Prediction Center has just issued a mesoscale discussion, increasing the potential that we could have a strong tornado out of this storm at any time, in addition to other storms up the Interstate 30 corridor into central Arkansas this evening. In fact, they're saying some of these tornadoes could be EF3 to EF4 intensity. I don't think that's what we have right now, that's for sure, but it goes to show the environment we have in place to support dangerous severe weather this evening. Storms further southwest are behaving for now. For now being the key operative word. Here's the latest velocity, and again, Lone Star, you're just still under the gun from this. Here's the hook. Those of you in Lone Star to Hughes Springs need to be in shelter. The circulation is intensifying with the potential that we could have a tornado in progress. Again, here we go, right on Lone Star. We got winds moving away at 55 now. Moving towards the radar at, I'm going to say probably at least 55, if not 60. So 60, there you go. If we have a tornado, it's very near Lone Star, I'm afraid. So those of you in Lone Star, hang on. Hughes Spring to Dangerfield, you better be in shelter. This is going to be moving east-northeast at 45 miles an hour. They're going to need to issue a new tornado warning that includes places like Domino, Douglasville, maybe even Linden. This thing's turning east again, more to the east-northeast. So, those of you from Lone Star to Dangerfield, to Hughes Springs, to Marietta, to Douglasville, even maybe areas just west of Linden, You need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. Marietta to Douglasville, you got time to move to a safe place. If you're in a travel, trailer, mobile home, you got time to move to a sturdy site-built structure right now. Do it. This is eventually going to be impacting Highway 8 near Douglasville. Trying to get some roads on here ahead of this thing just to help me out and give y'all references. County roads 2619, 2745, 2924, 1448. Highway 8, County Road 1462. Heads up, this thing in Lone Star is probably doing some nasty stuff right now. Waiting for the next radar scan, and we note, again, this is the only storm capable of producing a tornado in Texas at this point. If we had others, we'd be focusing on that. Here's the latest scan coming in. You can see that hook kind of wrapped in on itself. No debris signature yet. Let's see what the velocity signature does. And again, just because we don't have debris doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. Just means that, well, we're not getting debris lofted to how high, but boy, I'll tell you what, that is a strong, strong circulation on Highway 259 in Lone Star. Very near, Lacewood Drive, Dogwood, moving up towards Jerusalem Road, and Orr Road. We got winds moving towards the radar. Notice this is gate to gate, 73 miles an hour versus 40 miles an hour. So again, that's gate to gate, pixel to pixel. That's what I mean gate to gate. So that is definitely an indication we could have a tornado here. I would not be surprised if we get a tornado debris signature on the next GAM. So we're definitely going to have to keep a very close eye on this. We're going to have to watch it closely, and that's what we're doing. And again, once we have some time here, once either we're rid of tornado warnings or we get more, we'll focus on other storms. But we're focusing on the most intense storm right now. I know it's storming in Tyler, Lindale, Gilmer. There's no severe weather there right now. Those storms are just a lot of rain, some gusty winds, and lightning, but no tornadoes. We're keeping an eye on it, though. Trust me. The minute that changes, or if it changes, we will adjust accordingly. You can keep an eye on this guy with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com/radar or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. In addition to that, we appreciate everyone who's been helping us out in chats this afternoon. Y'all play a big part in this. Y'all are able to reach folks and give them a heads up that there's bad weather and that they need to pay attention. You're able to share our stream with them, and they're able to get information. So thank you for being a part of the warning process, and thank you for being heroes. I have no doubt some folks out here today have gotten this link from y'all, and because of that, they're able to keep up to date on this dangerous weather occurring across parts of northeast Texas this afternoon and evening. We're about to get a view of this from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is close to giving us a view of this storm. Gate-to-gate couplet now east of Highway 259. Probable tornado in progress approaching Hugh Springs. Those of you in Hugh Springs, please be in shelter now. We've got winds moving towards the radar. At about 85 miles an hour, winds moving away about 30, so still very strong shear. We're waiting to get a view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. It may be wrapped in rain, but I will admit I'm shocked at the actual visual presentation of this. Like, that's actually really less rain than I expected right there, but I'm sure it's off to the right. That's the supercell, by the way. Left is to the east, west is to the right. And that's your supercell. That's your sculpted supercell. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. This meteorologist Jason Cooley on his with the Chase stream, looking right into it. Look at that inflow tail. My goodness. Look at that inflow tail coming in from the right. That's air being sucked into the thunderstorm and being condensed. That is definitely your high precipitation circulation back in there. They're looking west from FM 130 in Hugh Springs. Hugh Springs, this is coming right for y'all. Notice you can't see a tornado in there. It is just a huge amount of rain, hail, and lightning.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Camp Franklin, Morris, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
The only way you're going to see a tornado in there is if it hits you. And trust me, our chasers are not going to let it hit them. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, but that's a visual of that storm. Here's the radar. You can see the storm is approaching their location. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, and we'll be able to see the velocity. And quickly, while I have a second, I do want to acknowledge and thank everyone who's been sending donations, super chat, stickers. That's very kind of you. Thank you, chat room. Please thank them for their generosity and their ability to do that. We don't do this because of stuff like that, but we do like being able to help people, and it costs money. So thank you for your generosity, and we do appreciate it, and we thank you. And chat room, please be sure to thank them as well for their generosity as time allows. But we are focused hardcore on these nasty storms impacting parts of the Arklatex, Northeast Texas. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, you can see that nasty supercell. He's in Hughes Springs, which is right where this thing's coming. Tornado warning in effect. We'll go back full screen to his view. You can see that's what the storm looks like. Big blob of heavy rain, hail, and wind right now approaching Hughes Springs. The tornado, if there is one, is back in there. Likely have some very strong winds, hurricane force winds in there as well. So you'll be able to see the clouds all are generally being sucked into that. And now they are going to reposition into a safe location. You can see the cloud left of the road being sucked in. It looks like they're getting hail now on the hood. You can see hail bouncing off their vehicle. And the lightning. So it's starting to hail in Hughes Springs ahead of the possible rain wrap tornado. Back to the velocity mode. You can see very strong indications of a tornado just east of Orr Road and Jerusalem Road. That's going to be coming up to County Road 2112 here just west of Hughes Springs. Eventually this will be crossing over Highway 11 very near Hughes Springs. The possibility high right now that we do have a tornado in progress wrapped in very heavy rain. Please take shelter. You're not going to see it. Don't think you're going to go outside and see a tornado coming for you. It's wrapped in heavy rain and hail. So please take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from window. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. You don't got time to find them. Just get into shelter if you're in Hughes Springs. We'll get an update here on the velocity mode in just a second. We'll see what's going on here. Maybe with some luck, it's gone. It is not. It's still there, unfortunately. You can see now east of Jerusalem Road, coming up on County Road 2872 and County Road 2112 is the circulation. We still have a tight gate-to-gate couplet, tighter than a ticks behind. We got winds moving away from the radar at about 50 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 30 to 40. So we still have good indications of a tornado here. We don't have a debris signature, but that is a strong circulation, gate-to-gate, wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. You can see that from our chasers as they're looking down FM 130 in Hughes Springs. This storm continues to move northeast at 45 miles an hour. Those of you in Douglasville, this dangerous storm will approach your location by 6:10 p.m. Domino, 6:25 to 6:30. If the storm continues on its present track, it may stay a little south of the city of Texarkana, but it's going to be close, and that would be at 6:40 p.m. So we advise no travel on Highway 59 north of Atlanta to south of Texarkana beginning at 6 p.m. through 7 p.m. No travel on Highway 8 now south of Maud, north of Linden. No travel on Highway 11 from Dangerfield to Linden for the next 20 to 30 minutes. And we have a bunch of heavy rain. Talco to Mount Pleasant to Winsboro to Pittsburgh. Gilmer to Lindale to Winona to Tyler. Just rain. No severe storms with that activity right now. The only severe storm is this one near Hughes Springs, east of Dangerfield, capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado. Those of you in Dangerfield, stay in shelter for now, just in case the circulation retrogrades or hooks a left. But Dangerfield, you should be in the clear by 6 p.m. This storm continues moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The Weather Service is going to need to issue a new tornado warning for places a little further east than the current warning. I wouldn't be shocked if they include Linden, up in that. This thing's moving a little farther to the east. I think it's definitely on a beeline to impact Douglasville. So again, velocity mode. Let's see what we've got going on. Hughes Springs right here on Highway 11, east of Dangerfield. You can see Storm Chaser Jason Cooley, meteorologist Jason Cooley. They're going to kind of cut ahead of this thing a bit, get into a safe location, and try to give us a view. I don't think they're going to see a tornado because it's so wrapped in heavy rain, but they'll at least be able to keep up with it. I suspect they're probably either going to go southeast or east. A good bet for them probably would be going east on 11 up Highway 8. But they are the chasers. I'm just a Baldy. All right, so let's take a look at the how hard it's raining mode. And again, this is the only storm capable of producing a tornado in the state of Texas right now. I know it is storming and pouring in so many other places in East Texas. The good news is, for y'all, if we're not talking about you, that is good news. That means your storm is not trying to drop a tornado on you. But we do have resources where you can watch for such things. You can keep an eye on the storms, whether you're talking about this storm near Tyler with heavy rain, or these storms near Conway up to Clinton, Arkansas, dropping tornadoes. Heck, you can even talk about flooding up in Kentucky if you want, with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you get apps to your device, or scan that QR code in the top right part of the screen. Here, I'll even make it bigger for a second. That'll take you right to download our free app. You can watch our coverage in the app. We've also got your local weather forecast, no matter where you are in the United States, along with interactive weather radars. If you prefer to use a web browser, texasstormchasers.com/radar will let you do that. Otherwise, we're focusing on the most intense storms, which is this storm currently over Hughes Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour towards Douglasville. Might have a new circulation starting to develop here with this storm. Old circulation now entering Hughes Springs, but we're starting to see a new one off to the east. That's a cyclic process, which is typical for these supercells. The westernmost circulation dies off while a new circulation begins to fire up farther east. And that may be what's starting to happen here. Very high precipitation supercell. I think what we have happening is the rear flank downdrafts of these have been too strong and rain loaded so far. It's really making it kind of difficult for these to tighten up and produce longer-term, longer-track tornadoes, which is good. I'm just meteorologically speculating on the processes of what's going on. But the fact this remains cyclic, and we also continue to see additional circulations develop, shows the threat of tornadoes continues. And in all likelihood, that will continue well until after this storm is in Arkansas. So those of you, Highway 59, Highway 8, Douglasville, Domino, Texarkana in the next hour. So Texarkana by 6:45, you could be dealing with tornado warnings, hail, wind, flooding. So let's go back. I'm going to show you a product real quick called Echo Tops. I just want to show you how tall this thing is. This thing's 55,000 feet tall. Commercial airliners fly at about flight level 300 up to 410, 41,000 feet. Business jets, about 45,000 feet, sometimes even 50,000 feet, but that's the top 1%, or the top 0.1%, whichever you prefer to float. Okay, let's go back to the how hard it's raining mode. Real quick, we're going to take a gander down here. No circulations with these storms farther south. There's a lot of them, but there's no indications of organization or rotation with this activity across East Texas at the moment. That is good news. The only storm of interest we're watching right now in the Tornado Severe Weather Department is this angry thing northeast of Hughes Springs. New circulation developing down northeast of Hughes Springs. You can see here's your hook echo. That's your inflow notch. Your rear flank downdraft kicking around here with rain, hail. And as we take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see that. There's your circulation. And then here's the old circulation back west side of Hughes Springs. That should be gone soon. But the new one developing out here is the one to track, and that's moving towards Highway 8 and Douglasville. Okay, we just got some pictures in from Hawkins of damage to the Ozarka Blue Trident water bottling plant. They've got significant damage to that warehouse. We just retweeted those pictures on the Texas Storm Chasers Twitter account, X account, whatever. So y'all can take a look at that. But that's some nasty damage in Hawkins from back when this storm was crossing over Highway 80 around Hawkins. So we were live for that. We were talking about that nasty storm, but apparently it has done a considerable number on the warehouse there. Looks like it's ripped the roof off. And now the warehouse is flooding because it's pouring rain. So we just retweeted that. And that storm is now the same storm we're watching here, northeast of Hughes Springs. Now, Hughes Springs, give it until 6:05 p.m. and you should be okay. If you are in Dangerfield, you're clear. Lone Star, you're clear. Marietta, this circulation will stay to your south, but you're going to get some very heavy rain and wind. Hail core loft is increasing as well with this. Douglasville on Highway 8. This will be in town soon. The Brazos Valley, the Piney Woods of East Texas, remain quiet. I thought it was actually storming here. I think we're getting attacked by wind. That's not very nice. All right. So let's continue on. And we're blessed by the fact we only have one of these to deal with right now. We were dealing with 6 back at 3 p.m. So, and we do have a threat of severe weather tomorrow, by the way, the eastern third of Texas, including the threat of a few tornadoes. So we're going to probably be doing this again tomorrow, unfortunately. But the good news is the circulation northeast of Hughes Spring looks far less organized right now. The storm is cycling. Notice those annoyingly high values of 100 miles an hour are gone. Still a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but for now the storm is cycling again. Could it easily cycle back up? Oh, yes. Let's hear what Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew has to say.
We're calling it.
All right. They're calling it. They're back west. They provided that very helpful shot earlier out of Betty. So the good news is, those of you in Hughes Springs, you're clear. It's still probably windy as all get out, but Dangerfield to Hughes Springs on Highway 11, you're clear. The storm is now northeast of Hughes Springs. Linden, you're going to get pouring rain, you're going to get some wind, but the heaviest, well, the worst of this will stay northwest of Linden. Douglasville, it's coming up towards you. It's cycling right now, which isn't necessarily a good thing for Douglasville. Depending on how quickly this thing cycles, it may ramp back up again. It's not related in any way, shape, or form, but one way you can think about it is a hurricane's eye. When the eye wall replacement cycle begins and you end up dealing with the eye filling, it weakens temporarily, but then once that cycle's complete, it intensifies again. The same methodology applies to storms like this. So, we're just going to have to wait and see, but this remains a dangerous storm, and those of you in Marietta, Douglasville need to be in shelter. Those of you in Douglasville, north of Linden on Highway 8, please be in shelter. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. So let's go ahead and while we have a second, let's take a statewide view. I want to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And this is going to give us an idea of not only what's going to happen today, but tomorrow as well. P.S. We're going to have a winter storm. Welcome to April. But let's just for now, let's take a look at what this model shows at 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m., right? So you can see, right now, we have nothing in the Brazos Valley. We have nothing in East Texas. So this is overdoing convection. Let me go back to a different run and see. I mean, it's doing the same thing. So it's being overzealous with thunderstorms. Nevertheless, I'll go ahead and show you what this shows for the rest of the night. And into even Saturday night and Sunday morning, because, well, we're going to have some fun in the sense of it's going to snow. Trust me, believe it or not, I don't really enjoy doing severe weather coverage. I do it because I'm good at it, and that's not me being arrogant, it's just the truth, unfortunately. And, well, I like helping people. Snow I enjoy, so... All right, so here's what this show's going into tonight. Guess what? It's going to storm across a lot of Texas tonight and Saturday. Hail, possible tonight? Yes. Austin, San Antonio, could we have issues by 10 p.m.? Yes, with hail. The tornado threat for today is already highest. We may have passed it already. In the Arklatex, going into this evening, isolated tornadoes will remain possible in northeast Texas, east Texas. The western two-thirds of Texas tonight, the tornado risk is minimal. The hail risk? Yeah, we're going to probably see some larger hail out of the more robust storms overnight to Saturday morning, just like we saw the last two nights. Notice what happens in the Panhandle. Dalhart, it may be snowing by midnight. Amarillo, Lubbock, Childress, Midland, Abilene, guess what? You may get snow tomorrow because it's going to get cold enough aloft and even near the ground for a changeover to wet snow. Now, soil temperatures are way above freezing because it's April, so it may not, hopefully it won't really stick too much to roads, but where we see heaviest snow in parts of the Panhandle and West Texas, a few hours of snow-covered roads are possible before it melts down to slush. And we could see some folks out in the Panhandle, West Texas, you could get half a foot of snow on grassy and elevated surfaces tomorrow. Even snow in parts of Northwest Texas into Oklahoma Saturday night to Sunday morning. It looks like we're going to probably see maybe a brief changeover to snow Midland, Abilene Saturday evening with minimal accumulations. But hey, snow in April. It happens, by the way, but not too often. Even parts of Wichita Falls, Vernon. And then you could see Oklahoma City. So, there you go. Storms tomorrow afternoon. East Texas, Piney Woods of East Texas, Toledo Bend Reservoir, the Golden Triangle. Yeah, it does look like the potential for another round of severe storms capable of damaging winds, large hail, and yes, the possibility of a few tornadoes will exist. So we're going to need to be on guard again tomorrow afternoon and evening for the potential of severe thunderstorms. How about right now? Well, obviously, we've had issues in northeast Texas this afternoon. We still have storms, we have rain, and I think flooding's going to become the biggest issue. Tyler, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, I don't like how we keep having these heavy storms just sit on y'all. We could get way too much rain out of this. This could turn into a big problem in a hurry in the flooding department. So, please be mindful of that and understand some models have this rain continuing well into the evening. In fact, I'm going to look at the latest HRRR real quick, the high-res rapid refresh model. I am a little concerned this is going to throw out some outrageously nutso rain totals. And yeah, it gives some of y'all 10 inches of rain tonight. So that would be a problem for sure. And that's something we're going to have to watch for. But as we get back to the reason we're here and chit-chatting with you at din-din time here at 6 p.m. on Friday the 4th of April, we've got a tornado warning for this thunderstorm northwest of Linden. Now, here's some good news for now. This is taking on much more of a straight-line wind look. And before I talk more, let's take a look at what Jason has, because that looked pretty impressive. Let's go to that. There's your storm. Jason's in Linden looking west. That's a shelf cloud / supercell. Check out all the striations there, cake layers. Jason, come now. Thank you. Oh, Jason's multitasking, holding 353 phones at once, getting a panorama, but that's a very well-structured thunderstorm. So, I mean, that's one reason we chase. We don't like destruction. We don't want to see things get destroyed chasing. We want to see stuff like this. The striations, the beauty. That's beautiful structure from this thunderstorm. And Jason just almost got struck by lightning. I mean, if you look up, and you can see it, that striated pancake structure, the cake pattern there, wedding cake, it goes up tens of thousands of feet. Jason is about to get struck by lightning. Do not do what Jason is doing and stand outside of the car in the middle of a crazy lightning storm. And Jason is wisely getting back in his car, and if his wife is watching this, I'm sure he's about to get a nasty gram. All right, let's continue on, ladies and gentlemen. We have one tornado warning in the state of Texas right now. You can see they just updated that to include only Marietta and Douglasville. So, as we continue to deal with this, the good news is rotation for now has weakened considerably. The hail core aloft is increasing, though, so that indicates this storm isn't necessarily done. I don't want you to think we're done with this, but the rotation has weakened for now. Notice we don't have as much of a hook. We have a more of a linear structure right now, which indicates we're going to watch it. Strong winds, heavy rain, flooding, and yeah, this thing could still easily spin up into a tornado. I'm not saying there's not a tornado. Look, we got a tornado warning. If you're southeast of Marietta in Douglasville or Marietta, you need to be in a safe place. I'm just telling you what it looks like right now. Does Mama Nature care? No. This thing's going to do whatever it wants to do. But it does appear, for the moment, the rotation is much weaker than it was. Which is good. That's what we want to see, right? I mean, what a beautiful view from Jason. Let's just go back and look at that. And by the way, y'all can watch Jason's live feed individually on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. You can see Jason's still almost getting pelted with lightning. Jason's located near Linden, which is southeast of this nasty severe storm. I suspect, and well, we know, he's on FM 995. So he is probably north of Linden, taking a look back at this nasty thunderstorm as it continues to progress off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. As it does so, we'll continue to monitor it carefully. Now, there is definitely some rotation back southeast of Marietta, but I don't think that, there you go, there's the latest scan. No tornado debris signature, so this thing still has rotation, but we've definitely taken on more of a linear look for now. This is your boundary between inflow and outflow, and this is more what I'd expect to see in a linear complex. This is your circulation up here, with your shelf cloud extending all the way down to Highway 11, a very well-striated shelf cloud at that. So clearly this storm's still throwing out lightning. The hail core aloft has actually come up in the last several minutes, and we still have rain galore. Tyler over to Hawkins to Winona. I'll zoom out. You can see it's raining. But the good news is the last several minutes, the rotation does not look nearly as strong as it has earlier in the day. So I'm wondering if we're transitioning to more of an outflow dominant cluster with heavy rain and back-building thunderstorms with a flooding threat across northeast Texas versus a sustained tornado threat. Because let me pull up surface temperatures here, and let's see. I mean, it's let's do this. Dew points. I mean, there's still a lot of unstable air back here. I would have, if we were transitioning to a nasty or a rain setup, these dews probably would be in the low 60s. They are back in Sulphur Springs and DFW, but dew points of 68, 70, still in the 70s in East Texas. Even around Gilmer, it's 81 over 70 at 6:15 p.m. So there's still a lot of unstable air out here. It's just these storms seem not to be really taking advantage of it right now, which is good. That being said, well, clearly there's lightning out the wazoo, so. In fact, if I show you, let's mark this. I think this is the outflow boundary, or outflow. So what I'm looking at is, yeah, it might be an outflow boundary that's pushed out from some of these storms, which helps initiate storms, but cuts off the low-level destabilization, which is why I think some of these storms back toward Ore City, Hawkins, Longview, Tyler, they're pouring rain. They could still have some small hail, but they don't have that nasty, tornadic look. And to be honest with you, this thing near Douglasville doesn't either. It is still rotating aloft, but we've really lost a lot of that really impressive low-level organization from this. I mean, there's still some spin here near Marietta, but I am hopeful, perhaps over-optimistically so, that the Weather Service may let this tornado warning go. It's still severe. It's still capable of producing large hail and damaging winds, but maybe they'll let it go. On the opposite side of the spectrum, they may remain cautious and put out a new tornado warning just because of what the storm's done over the last couple of hours. So we'll see. Nevertheless, I mean, a tornado warning does remain in effect from Marietta to Douglasville. You need to respect that. Just because I'm talking it down a little bit doesn't mean that's changed. So we'll have to see. Yeah, Jason's in the middle of a data hole right now. That's why the video on his stream and his little box on mine has frozen. He's got no data right now. So we'll go ahead and switch on over to my regular view. I forgot to switch back. That's my fault. So my apologies for that. Here's the radar. What I'm talking about here is, look, that tight rotation is gone. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see we've got it's a cluster now, a line, extending from Maud and Marietta to Avenger to Ore City, Longview, Big Sandy, Gilmer, Winona to Tyler. These storms are moving east, northeast. Honestly, the Marietta storm's moving northeast probably 30 miles an hour. The rest of these storms, if I loop it here, and I will, over the last hour, and here, let me take some of these storm labels off. You can see the storms from Tyler, Big Sandy, Gilmer, they're technically moving northeast, but they're just moving over the same areas. This storm west of Linden, as we load data, you can see it's lost a lot of its organization. This storm, I think, has gone outflow dominant. I think it is a wind maker now. I think it's got some hail, some heavy rain, but I'm really not seeing a whole lot of significant indications it's tornadic. It's still severe with very strong winds, probably over 60 miles an hour. It's got probably some quarter-size hail, lightning out the wazoo, as we saw when it was trying to annihilate meteorologist Jason Cooley, and heavy rain and flooding. The blue boxes you see from Clarksville to Talco to Mount Pleasant to Pittsburgh to Quitman, Mineola, Lindale, Big Sandy are flash flood warnings. And you can see that for sure based on the track of these storms. They're moving over the same areas, and that may continue for hours yet. The good news is these storms have weakened considerably compared to what we saw hours ago, which is good. So we're just going to keep watching things here. Again, a tornado warning does remain in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Time for northwestern Cass and southeastern Bowie counties in northeast Texas. So another 15 minutes. We'll go ahead and pause this loop. We'll take a look at the velocity. And again, this is not a real big tornadic look. This is I'm a straight line wind maker. Maybe brief spin up tornadoes. But you can see the outflow, I think, is pushed out from this storm. Now, it still does have some inflow west of Douglasville. It just isn't really organized right now. South, Linden, all the way south, I think those storms are what we call undercut by a cold outflow near the surface, which typically results in a rain-cooled air mass and a significant reduction in the possibility of tornadoes further south. Now, if we could see warm, unstable air get pushed back into the circulation near Douglasville, it could spin back up in a hurry, and it very well may. But for now, it looks far less organized. For now being the key operative word. Is it going to stay that way? I can't tell you. It very well may spin its happy self back up, but it may not. I hope not. I'm going to look at some data here on the WAFS, the Warn On Forecast System, and see what it is showing for this. Yeah, I mean, it still shows this thing actually maintaining its organization. So we'll see. It may just be cycling. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is heading up towards Texarkana. He's going to stay with this storm. I don't think it's moving north-northeast anymore. I think it's moving more towards Domino, but we'll see. Oh. Time to start the yawn meter. Means I probably need to drink some water. We appreciate everyone who's been watching. We're not going anywhere. We're staying here. While we have a couple of minutes, I guess I do need to give a shout out to a momentous occasion. We hit 1 million followers on Facebook this afternoon. You know, follower counts don't really matter in the age of social media, but still. We started that page in 2009. Some of y'all have been around since it grew from 14,000 followers to 75,000 in the span of 3 days. And the September 2011 wildfire outbreak, Bastrop, the Northeast Texas Timber Complex, so many others. And, well, today it hit 1 million. So that's pretty special. We thank everyone who's been following us with it. We're streaming live on Facebook right now. We stream most of the time now on YouTube. That's the main platform for us. But during severe weather coverage, it's, you know, we're streaming everywhere we can to get the word out. And we really appreciate y'all being with us and joining us on the journey. We've got our own app now. Most of y'all probably don't know that. We've got a free app. Texas Storm Chasers. Just search for it wherever you download apps. You could be watching this coverage in our app. You could be getting your local weather forecast. Interactive weather radar, no matter where you are in the country. Live storm chasing video. It's a free app. We're streaming on YouTube right now. We've got a chase stream on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We've got live coverage on the, well, David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. They're all the same company, the same thing. We just put the weather stuff on its own YouTube channels to not bog down the storm chasing side. So if you want to see more videos like that, we make forecast videos every day. They're on that David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. You can probably still search Texas Storm Chasers and find it. Hey, you know what? Subscribe if you want. It's free. Get notified when we do more videos, more coverage. We'll be doing coverage tomorrow. We'll be doing videos probably tonight and tomorrow. We've got severe storms tomorrow and a winter storm tomorrow. Probably flooding, too, just for the trifecta of annoyance. Welcome to April, right? We have a lot of members on our YouTube channels. All the... anyone who gets any YouTube membership tier on our YouTube channels have access to our members-only Discord server, where we are right now. So, with that being said, let's continue on. We're waiting for a decision from the National Weather Service in Shreveport to see what they're going to do with this storm. You can see the tornado warning just expired, but the hail core is increasing aloft, which shows me the storm itself is not done. In fact, something I'm watching for is... I want to show you, this is starting to get out ahead of things again. So I want to see if this is going to try to hook out again or kick out a notch, as meteorologist Jason Cooley put it. And if it does, it could try to spin up again. I suspect we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado warning from the Weather Service in Shreveport. That would include Atlanta, Domino. It looks like this is probably going to stay south of Texarkana. This thing took a hard right again. This thing was moving north-northeast, started producing tornadoes and turned northeast. And I guess it's still moving north-northeast, but it seems to be moving more towards Domino now than Texarkana. So we just retweeted a picture from west of Gilmer on Highway 154 of a destroyed house. So significant damage there west of Gilmer. Looks like the Weather Service is going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll have that on the screen in just a moment, and you'll see that pop up, and the computer will go ding, 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 ding. Or like that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River and Miller County in Arkansas, Bowie, and Cass County in Texas.
All right, so that is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, which is good. Let's see what it is going to be. I kind of issued that weird again. I don't know why they went so far north with that. I really don't, but who am I to question? I'm just a lonely peasant here on the land of YouTube. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning through 7 p.m. This is going to include portions of southeastern Bowie, northwestern Cass, counties in northeast Texas. A severe thunderstorm. 11 miles east of Naples, 18 miles west of Atlanta, Texas, moving northeast at 30. So what we're going to do, because I'm so super duper awesome, is we're going to draw a storm track. I'm going to draw it out a little ahead of it because radar data is usually a few minutes late. What they say, 30... I'm going to do 35 because I'd rather be a little early. I'm going to draw it like this. So, arrival around 6:40, maybe a few minutes after in Domino. Atlanta, you're going to get the tail end of this, about 6:35 to 6:40. Texarkana looking like about 6:45 to 6:55 right now. And again, I have this moving at 35 miles an hour. If it's moving a little slower, that may be a couple minutes later. So I'd rather you have a little extra lead time versus being delayed. So There goes mouse. Oh, yeah, I forgot to drink water. Oh, well, do as I say, not as I do. So the good news is boy, that hail core is picking up steam. Let me show you something. I didn't get to really show this today. Let me pull up the hail core and see if I can get a good view of this. Congrats, y'all get to see a two-dimensional slice of a 3D view. Let me do it this way. Here, you can see we're starting to build a pretty good hail core loft now north of Linden. I'm going to look from the south. So here's looking from south to north. Okay, there's Linden. You can see Highway 59 going up to Atlanta and Queen City. So you can see that hail core is building a loft again with this storm. So this storm is intensifying. And here, I'll put the view like this. You can see that hail core aloft. None of that hail is reaching the ground yet, but we got some nasty hailstones building about 20 to 30,000 feet above the surface. Those could start coming down soon. Whether or not that translates into a increase in the tornado threats to be determined, but you can see the radar algorithm thinks this thing has baseball-sized hail aloft with it. We're starting to see a little bit of a swing out again. I'll show you here on the latest scan as it comes in. I'm going to press some buttons. It looks like the Brazos Valley's out of tornado watch. That's good. Let's activate the live scan, but that hook is starting to show, or at least this little thing's starting to swing back out a little again. You'll see it come around in a second. Maybe, maybe, maybe not. All right, let's just turn that off, and there you go. You can see that hook was more north-south oriented. Notice it's starting to swing out again, southeast. We're going to have to watch that carefully. We're starting to see a bit of an inflow notch develop again. East of Douglasville, there you go. Hail core loft is increasing. Let's take a look at the velocities, and yeah, we're starting to see that right there. We're starting to see a little bit of an uptick again in spin. Now, it's not something where I'm immediately concerned, but I'm nitpicking here. So we're going to watch this carefully. Regardless, the threat of hail, golf ball size or larger, is increasing for places like Domino. As this thing starts to become more organized again, and we see a new updraft dominate the environment. Let's switch over and take a look at Echo Tops and see if that has come up at all. And you can see this thing has storm tops over 65,000 feet. So apparently the Stormy is getting ready to throw a tantrum again, for the lack of a more articulated scientific term, because, well, I am who I am. And sometimes when we can have a little more fun, I can be more descriptive with my words. Boy, this thing has suddenly developed a huge hail core. This thing is starting to dominate the environment again. Look at that. That hook swinging out even more now. We had a north-south. It was starting to become more southwest-northeast. Now we're almost back to east-west. Take a look at that. Here, let me loop this real quick. So they may have to put a new tornado warning on this again soon for places like Domino. So here's that hook originally. Notice more north-south, and then notice how it's starting to swing out. That is the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, coming in and starting to push out a bit again. As that occurs, we may start to see a little more spin develop here, east of Douglasville, northwest of Queen City, west of Domino. As that occurs, we're going to have to keep a very close eye on things. And that's what we're going to do. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but that doesn't mean the threat of a tornado is totally over. And the organization with this storm's coming up again. Needless to say, the hail threat's increasing significantly. Those of you in Domino, even south sides of Texarkana, it is about to be an unpleasant situation with this storm. Nasty hail now falling just east of Highway 8. Let me put some roads on here. Coming up to County Road 2124, east of State Highway 8, you've got Berry Farm Road. It's about to hail. Rocky Point Park Road, just west of Highway 59, west of Domino. The Elliott Bluff Boat Ramp area. Just putting some roads out here while I have a chance. So as this storm continues to skedoodle off to the east-northeast, hail threat is increasing for southern sides of Texarkana. Domino, this will stay north of Atlanta and Queen City. Potential for some nasty hail with this. We could be looking at golf ball size or worse with this thunderstorm. And I'll just take you back to the two-dimensional view again. You could see, looking to the north, you can see the hail core now well over 30,000 feet. A lot of hail aloft. Those dark purples indicate baseballs flying around up at 35,000 feet. That doesn't mean it's going to be baseball when it hits the ground. They'll be melting, but understand, we're about to have a lot of hail start coming down. You can see hail core now down to about 5,000 feet, so the hailstones are starting to fall through the storm. And here's your updraft, your hail-loaded section in the forward flank. So as this storm continues moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour, it is about to start dropping some nasty size hail in parts of eastern Cass County, northeastern Cass County. Those of you in Bivens and McLeod and Lodi, congrats. This isn't your problem this time, because usually it's your problem, but it's not this time. My congratulations on y'all missing out on this. We'll see if we can keep it that way through the evening. Hopefully. Good news is we're not seeing a significant amount of uptick in rotation at this point. Just a lot of wind. A lot of hail. And definitely a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll get an updated scan in a minute. I'll just go ahead and put a radar track on this. Oops. Back southwest, you can see we've got some storms with small hail, gusty winds, a lot of heavy rain from Marietta to Linden, to Avenger to Gilmer, to Pittsburgh, to Ore City, East Mountain, Longview, Hawkins, Winona, Tyler. Heavy rain. At this point, no severe storms. Those storms down there have been behaving. I think they're in a rain-cooled air mass. If we can stay that way, I am happy with it. Some of those storms are still shooting out lightning like the dickens, heavy rain, flooding, some small hail, but no indications of rotation at this point in the low levels, which is good. Taking a look at this storm southeast of Maud. Hail threat increasing for Domino, Texarkana. Texarkana and Domino need to be ready for a hailstorm in the next 20 to 30 minutes, as this thunderstorm moves northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on this in a second. We're about to get a radar update. Why it's not letting me draw a storm track, but I guess we're about to get a radar update, so I guess I'll let it do its thing. Yeah, there is no reason I can't draw a storm track. So we're going to reset this program because clearly it's being mean and hateful. So again, this is mainly going to be for hail at this point and strong winds. We're going to go 35 miles an hour. Texarkana, the next 20 minutes, about 6:50 to 7 p.m. Domino, the next 10 minutes, 6:45 to 7 p.m. Queen City, tail end, but the arrival time around 6:45 to 6:50 with rain, maybe a little bit of hail, strong winds, and then this storm will continue moving northeast up into Arkansas along Interstate 30, making it into Fulton, Arkansas around 7:25, Hope, Arkansas around 7:45. You can see a new severe thunderstorm warning for Avenger up Highway 59 through Linden, Atlanta. That's going to be for strong winds and the potential of quarter-size hail, which means the computer is going to make loud noises in a moment.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lafayette and Miller County in Arkansas, Cass, and Marion County in Texas.
So the good news is at this point, these storms are not showing indications of organized low-level rotation. Even this thing southwest of Texarkana is back to having mostly a north-south oriented defluence or convergence line in this case. So that's good. Your outflow, you could see, a little inflow notch right there, but otherwise these storms are wind makers, they're hail makers, they're heavy rain makers, flooding. And that is expected to be the main issue tonight in northeast Texas. I think heavy rain and flooding with some pockets of hail possible. Probably not even really big hail. Maybe just some pea to quarters. Honestly, at this point is what we're transitioning to. So flooding's going to be an issue because we're going to have more storms develop over the evening hours, and a lot of them are going to be producing a lot of heavy rain here in northeast Texas. So the good news is, those of you in Texarkana, once you're past this storm, hopefully your threat of tornadoes is really going to decrease for the rest of the night, along with, significant hail and strong winds. But for now, you still got a problem coming in from the southwest, and it will be into Texarkana in the next 15 minutes or so. Nasty hail core, red water. I'll put some storm tracks on here. Coming up to Elliott Bluff boat ramp. So eventually you'll be crossing over the Kings Highway. And then up into the city of Texarkana. So heads up, Texarkana, especially along south of Interstate 30. You've got hail coming in over the next 15 minutes. We have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. That's good news.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bowie, Camp, Cass, Marion, Morris, and Upshur County in Texas.
Not a surprise. All right. So, let's see. Those of you in Texarkana, nasty storm coming in shortly. Let me turn on a loop so y'all can get a sense of the timing here. You can see that storm moving northeast. You can see we've got plenty of storms, mostly moving north-northeast across northeast Texas this evening. These aren't really severe. They've got lightning, but the main issue here is very heavy rainfall that will cause flash flooding. You can see we've got flash flood warnings in effect for a good chunk of northeast Texas. I'll zoom back out. Again, I really think our threat of severe weather and tornadoes is decreasing in the sense of at least tornadoes. Now, we've still got to deal with this hailer in Texarkana, but unless we see storms fire southeast of where these storms are in progress, I just don't think any of these back in the rain are going to do too much. Could I be wrong? Sure, but we'll see. We'll probably get a good view from meteorologist Jason Cooley shortly. He is about to enter Texarkana. And as he does so, we'll see what storm structure he has. The most intense storm by far is northwest of Domino, about to move northeast on into the southern sides of the city of Texarkana, Texas, with the potential for golf ball size hail and straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. It is nasty. Nasty, nasty. So we'll see what's going on. The good news is we have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. The severe thunderstorm warnings we have are for storms from Avenger up to Atlanta, up to the city of Texarkana along Highway 59. Most of these thunderstorms individually are moving northeast at 30 to 40 miles per hour. These storms from Dangerfield down to Lone Star to Ore City, where y'all are getting pelted by lightning, are not severe. No tornadoes, small hail, maybe some 40-mile-an-hour winds. Heavy rain, yes. We have heavy rain, Gilmer, up to Pittsburgh there, and then some heavy rain still back towards Lindale and Mineola. Those storms are not showing indications of intensifying, of rotating, of putting down big hail, or crazy winds. Just a lot of heavy rain. The storm northwest of Domino, about to move into Texarkana, does have indications of producing perhaps up to golf ball size hail and wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. That storm is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. It will be in Texarkana within the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that storm moves into Arkansas, we may be down to flooding. And hopefully that means for several hours yet we'll only be dealing with flooding. But I'm afraid that will change this evening and tonight, especially after 9 to 10 p.m. as hailstorms develop back in the western half to western two-thirds of the state of Texas, with a high probability of severe storms overnight, once again dropping quarter to golf ball size hail at times, as a line of storms in a cluster moves in from the Edwards Plateau, south central Texas, all the way across I-35 into central Texas, North Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. And we'll take a look at that here shortly after we get this storm into Arkansas. I'm going to drink some water when I find my water bottle. Yes, I'm still here. I just chose not to let you all see me chug a gallon thing of water. Back to it. I'll let y'all see me again, because I know I'm so beautiful. "6:44 p.m., you can see we're starting to get some of that structure view back from meteorologist Jason Cooley as he enters the loop on the south side of Texarkana. All right, let's zoom back in. We'll take a look at this storm. It's going to be crossing Highway 59 in just a few minutes. It's over the Elliott Bluff boat ramp right now. Quarter to golf ball size hail. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. Not really any low-level rotation. And probably some straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's some nasty size hail with that. Otherwise, we have flooding across northeast Texas. We'll take a view out across the state, and you can see we've got rain in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Guadalupe Mountains, the Trans-Pecos. Into the borderland, nothing severe with that. Just some good beneficial range. You can see activity in the Brazos Valley has not organized. We do note an outflow boundary, or cool front, is starting to fire storms up in south central Texas. Depending on how quickly that organizes, we're going to have to watch out for a hail threat in Bexar County soon. We'll see what happens with that. This is probably going to fire off storms in a couple hours if the high-res rapid refresh model is right. San Antonio up towards Austin, just FYI. We'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, the tornado watch for the Brazos Valley has been canceled. Same thing for most of North Texas. And the tornado watch for northeast Texas continues until 10 p.m., but, well, clearly we're not dealing with tornadoes right now. We're just dealing with a lot of heavy rain and a bit of hail, some strong winds. So that is good news, and I'm hoping it'll stay that way for the rest of the evening up here. Looking at some data. And again, the good news is most of these storms are not severe. We've got heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning. Texarkana, we've got quite a bit of lightning, some hail coming in. Meteorologist Jason Cooley there in Texarkana, awaiting the arrival of the severe storm with some structure. Otherwise, we do have a few storms developing now from near Madisonville up to Palestine. I don't think those are really going to do too much. At least they shouldn't at this point. We're going to keep an eye on them, though, but so far today, they just haven't done much. Back southwest, you can see a line of cumulus kind of along this, the front, and then might be the sea breeze coming in, honestly. Regardless, you can see that's firing a few storms off in San Antonio. Real quick, we'll pop down there and take a gander and see what's up with this. You can see that storm north of Poteet on Highway 16, south of 1604. Not seeing any indications of hail with that right now. And otherwise, that boundary, you can see a quick shower up here, Travis County. It's just a quick shower between Round Rock, Cedar Park, Pflugerville, and the north sides of Austin. Otherwise, line of disorganized thunderstorms at this point. From east to Centerville, up towards Elkhart, Palestine, Coffee City, Frankston. We'll see if any of those organize, but at this point it doesn't look like it. And then the only severe storm of interest, and the only severe storm we're really dealing with, is this one coming into Texarkana. We'll take a look full screen at the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's got a good look at it. You can see some ominous-looking clouds, a lot of lightning, but even the structure we saw earlier when he was back southwest has really trended downward. You can tell these storms really appear to be outflow dominant. A lot of rain, some wind, some hail, but it does not have the look of being a tornadic thunderstorm. It has the look of being one that's going to bring maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, the south sides of Texarkana, Texas, along with quite a bit of heavy rain, some strong winds, of course lightning. But otherwise, It's just pretty to look at. And we'll keep an eye on that as that storm moves towards him. Over the next several minutes as storm moves northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, and by the way, he has the camera on his roof looking behind him. I assure you he is not pointing the car the wrong direction. Trust me, if he was doing that, I'd be going down there with a rubber mallet and we'd be having some fun. Don't worry, we don't do that sort of nonsense. Let's get back out. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into tonight. Just want to see what it thinks is going to happen here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load it from 8 p.m. through 10 a.m. tomorrow. I just realized I probably need to put on the precip type since we're going to have some snow out west. All right, so let me zoom in here. You can see it is going to storm a lot tonight. You know, notice we're quiet-ish now. Guess what? Northeast Texas, as this animation loads, give it a second. Guess what? Storms may continue into the evening. Northeast Texas, East Texas, all these storms with heavy rain. Some risk of severe weather. We'll keep an eye on it. But notice western parts of the state, we're going to see an uptick after, well, this model thinks by 8 p.m. we could have storms on I-35 around Austin, San Antonio. We'll see. Main wave, just like the last two nights, is later this evening, going into Saturday morning. Northwest Texas, the big country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, numerous storms, some with hail, fire up. They move east about 30 to 40 miles an hour, and they come chugging into I-35 with large hail at times tomorrow morning before sunrise, even some strong winds. You can see this time DFW, you're not getting out of it. It is going to pour and storm tomorrow morning. Not necessarily big hail, but it's going to pour and storm. Starting to get a better view now from that storm coming into Texarkana. We'll take a look in a second, but just also want to point out it's going to snow tomorrow morning in West Texas in the Panhandle. Several inches of snow possible out there. Let's go back full screen to meteorologist Jason Cooley, and that is going to be the storm itself. You can see a bit of an inflow band coming in from the precipitation on the right-hand side there. Notice where it slants downward from cloud base back into the storm, almost ground level. That is moisture condensing and being sucked up into the updraft of the storm. If we had any sort of rotation issues, it would be where he's looking right now. Radar isn't really detecting any in the low levels, but there's a weak circulation showing up on radar, very weak. We'll see what happens. There's no tornado warnings in effect, and we have no indications of tornadoes imminent, but yeah, storm's cute. You know, that inflow or beaver tail going back into the precipitation core where rain-cooled air is being condensed and then ingested back into the thunderstorm and its parent updraft. The updraft is essentially an area of rising air. So you could see scud on the right forming and slowly moving. You could see these are pretty scary looking clouds, but that's why we call them SLCs. You can also see the fact Jason almost got struck by lightning again. I guess we need to start a counter on that, but that was some pretty spooky lightning for sure. With that thunderstorm. So it's always nice to be able to show comparisons. And always nice to show how storms can progress. An hour ago, this thing looked like a beast. As many of you saw, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, we had tornadoes down the wazoo. 4 hours ago, we had tornadoes out the wazoo. Now, we've got this one severe storm in the state of Texas with strong winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, and even the hail threat's decreasing now. The storm is weakening, at least the hail core is. So a lot of heavy rain, maybe some dime to quarter size hail with this, as it moves. Wired version went out. So I had to switch to Wi-Fi. It was an interesting thing to have happen, but also makes me glad I spent a lot of money on a Wi-Fi router last year that's able to handle a plethora of video. So, the good news is the thunderstorm moving northeast across Texarkana is weakening. The potential still exists for dime to maybe quarter-size hail, winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. However, we're starting to see a transition occur back southwest of Linden. We're starting to see indications that this storm is becoming a little more intense northeast of Avenger on Highway 155, moving northeast towards Linden. Starting to see some little appendages here with this storm, and it's moving northeast. I'm not saying anything's imminent, but we're watching it. It's shooting at a lot of lightning. Some heavy rain. Let me show you where it's actually moving. It's moving more like this. I just noticed it. This might be a stronger storm than the one moving into Texarkana right now, but we're going to watch it carefully. So again, my apologies for the stream going out for just a minute. The hardwired Ethernet, for some reason, went out on my machine only. Luckily, I was able to switch it over to the Wi-Fi connection. It's a redundancy I have, but the primary streaming computer used here, I have two at this point, because stuff like this happens. The primary streaming computer wasn't receiving my input, so I just had to close the streaming program out on my main machine and restart it, and it worked fine. So we know that for next time if that happens. I'm not sure why the hardwired version of this program, or excuse me, the hardwired Ethernet cut out, but we luckily are running on a 6 gigahertz wireless connection and have more than enough bandwidth to run this and these video streams without any sort of degradation, as far as I know. Which is good, because we don't want degradation. So, let's take a look. Again, this thing near Linden's starting to get my attention a little bit. It's starting to have a bit of a hook. In line situations, when we look at these, take a look at this, how this is starting to kind of kink. We need to watch this closely. And if meteorologist Jason Cooley's listening, he's probably also aware of this. Okay, that's not a debris signature. Notice that little donut there is in an area of no reflectivity, so don't freak out on me. One thing I'm looking at here, I'm going to look up in altitude. And I'm going to reset this program real quick. Something I'm watching for west of Linden. Starting to see an area of inflow with this. Let me show you as I look up and tilts. This is just me looking up. Notice pretty good mid-level rotation with this thunderstorm as it moves northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Now, it doesn't mean we're dealing with a tornado threat right now, but it's probably the more interesting look that I've seen. Keep an eye on that. Also, keep an eye on these storms back southwest from Berryville to Palestine to east or Centerville. No indications of anything mischievous with that right now, but I'm watching this thing near Linden. It's starting to develop its own little appendages. And if that's able to wrap up at all, that may pose a bit of a tornado threat as it moves northeast towards Atlanta and Queen City. Texarkana, you've got a strong storm right now. It looks a lot weaker than these, or a lot weaker than it did earlier, which is good. Looks like they've got tornadoes in northeast Arkansas for a third day in a row now, unfortunately. And the same areas that have already been hit. We thank everyone for joining us this afternoon and evening. We've got the team out. We have several chasers in Arkansas. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew, along with myself, monitoring Texas. At this point, we have no tornado warnings. We do have a couple of storms with rowdy potential. It looks like we also have Storm Chaser Houston out and about. He is down here in Palestine, keeping an eye on these storms. At this point, no significant issues with that. Linden. This thing is starting to hook up a bit. We're starting to see a bit of a circulation develop just north of Linden right now. The reds are your inflow going into the circulation. Green is your wind and rear flank downdraft wrapping around. And as we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can kind of see that here with that little appendage starting to swing out. If that ends up organizing any more, we may end up having an issue where we're going to need a tornado warning. And that would be an issue downstream as this rides up Highway 59 towards Atlanta and Queen City. Have to get a flash flood warning. Hey, look, caffeine. Storms around Bexar County. Nothing nasty with those at the moment. Linden storm, that hook, as you'll see in just a second, seems to be a little less prevalent than it was. You can see the latest velocity scan. That area of weak low-level rotation is now east of Highway 8, moving up Highway 59, just north of the highway towards Queen City and Atlanta. Maybe starting to get cut off by some less stable air. We're also just keeping an eye out for any kinks on this line. You can see one little kink northwest of Jefferson right there, a little appendage. Why is this thing doing this right now? I don't know what is the matter with this thing. There you go, sorry. One little kink there. So apparently we're going to have to start watching the leading edge of this line for some indications of brief spin-up tornado potential. I don't know what suddenly changed and why we're doing this now, but apparently Mother Nature did not feel content with allowing me to take a little break. Apparently Mother Nature has decided to be like, hi, let's make Baldy keep working, because he hasn't worked enough yet this afternoon and evening. Yeah, I've entered talking to myself phase. Clearly more caffeine is needed. My girlfriend's probably getting ready to smack me with a rubber mallet now. I hope it's a rubber mallet. If it's a sledgehammer, I know I really messed up. All right. Let's zoom back out. I'm going to put a loop on this just so y'all can see the overall general time direction. I'll let this update come around real quick before I mess with it. All right, we're going to turn that off. We'll press this. We are not looping this for 3 hours. That will blow the computer up. Here's what you can see. The radar storms are making gradual progress to the east-northeast, about 35 miles per hour at this point. Well, good news is that area of rotation we were watching has gone away.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Hempstead, Howard, Little River, Miller, and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, and Red River County in Texas.
And we continue to monitor storms capable of producing heavy rainfall and flooding across the Arklatex, northeast Texas. Some of these storms approaching Highway 59 are showing transient low-level circulations that may or may not try to produce a quick, brief spin-up tornado. But strong winds, heavy rain, small hail, you betcha. Looking south, we're starting to see an uptick in some of these storms, back closer to Berryville to Palestine, Elkhart, east of Centerville. Not really much organization with that. And then way down here in parts of South Central, I broke the radar, I broke the radar. Oh, spaghetti-o. Okay, here we go. All right, so yeah, we've got a little storm over southwestern Bexar County, not doing much. A little shower west of Dripping Springs, that's not doing much. And then we got this little line of storms that have lightning from Centerville, Elkhart, Palestine, up to Berryville, Tyler. Those aren't doing anything right now. And then we've got this guy near Linden with some strong wind, heavy rain potential. Okay, folks, so I think let's do this. We're going to do at this point is, since we seem to be calming down, we are going to go ahead and let y'all on Facebook go. If you want to watch us, hey, just head to TexasStormChasers.com or the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, or find us on YouTube at Texas Storm Chasers. I think we're going to get a bit of a break here, but we are expecting a lot of storms tonight across the state. Some of those will be severe with large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and enough lightning to probably wake the deceased. So, with that, if y'all are watching on YouTube, hey, you know what? We're not going anywhere. Just hold on a second. And we're going to let y'all chat with the one, the only meteorologist, Jason Cooley. And if we have new tornado warnings, you'll get to see me again.